Allora, buongiorno a tutti.
Good morning, everyone. Let's start the activity of today's seminar. I would like to thank all participants and speakers who will be participating in this conference. Let me introduce myself. I am Lucio Zola. I'm a researcher of the Association of Social Promotion Lunaria. As Lunaria, we are involved in the European project WebCozy, together with ISTAT, that is to say the Italian Statistics Institution, the OECD, and iGenius as well. Before going into the details of today's conference, I would like to communicate a small change in the program. That is to say, the absence of Loretta Anania, who is the project officer for the European Commission of the DG Connect for our project. Unfortunately, she couldn't make it today, and of course she apologizes for this. And she also wishes all of us a pleasant conference. I would now give the floor with great pleasure to Alessio Pontillo, who is the responsible of Porta Futuro, this facility of the metropolitan city of Rome, which is hosting us today. And so thank you, Alessio, for your availability and kindness. I am Alessio Pontillo. Good morning, everyone. And within Porta Futuro, I'm in charge of event organization relations with the enterprises and information services. This is a public structure providing services for the increase of employability. So we provide a great wealth of professional services in order to increase the possibilities for citizens to find a job. What are the services? Of course, we have our software, which is a very interesting tool that allows people to upload their own CVs online and send it to seekers, businesses seeking for new employees, and we also provide information on fiscal provisions in order to provide enhanced skills in sectors including IT, etc., human resources, etc. Now, beyond this very interesting software, we also have counseling services. So citizens have the chance to avail themselves of counseling seminars with professionals in order to understand the latest trends of the job market and the most expanding markets. And of course, this is key to tailor research of job opportunities so as to make them more effective. We also have another service based on budget of competencies. We use the French model, and we have both individual and collective sessions of 15 minutes each. And these paths also include a personal, path. And this is something that we propose as counselors. We propose to do this to citizens when there is a will to do so. And this, of course, entails a very strong personal awareness. We also use counseling. We also provide counseling services for for new startups in order to help citizens understand whether their idea is feasible or not. We try to understand whether it is feasible or not to dedicate resources and time to these new ideas, and whether we can use financing sources. There are many initiatives of the Lazio region nowadays that allow citizens to promote their own and develop their own ideas with public resources. We also have an employment center, which is a more traditional vocation of the province of Rome in respect of job services, and we work with innovative ways. We use Skype, for example, for interviews with businesses abroad. So we provide a link between companies abroad and our citizens here in Rome and Italy, and including for the disabled. We have a room behind our back, and this is an IT room, and we provide up to 40 training courses and seminars. We have public speaking courses, skills enhancement courses, basic IT. We also have the LinkedIn Lab, which is key. As you know, LinkedIn is key for job seekers online. And of course, all these services, and I would like to underline that we are a public structure of Roma Capitale, all these services are provided for free of charge. In this room, we also have meetings with businesses. So we receive organizations including Bosch, Orex, etc. We will be hosting Decathlon next month. So if you are interested in meeting with Decathlon representatives, please get back to us. So these stakeholders talk to people. They tell them who are the figures and new professionals they are looking for in order to match skills and the demand and supply of work. Then we have a proper selection process, which is based on an interview, which can take place either here or also at the business headquarters. We also lend or give our spaces to all territorial stakeholders who want to organize events or seminars in order to increase employability. We've been working with Lunaria for many years now on various initiatives. Often, the objectives of Porta Futura and Lunaria are the same, basically. And today's theme is very dear to us, I must confess. Why is it so? Because Porta Futuro was established to increase employability from the very outset. So there's always been a focus on professionalism and professional enhancement. And today's event provides us the opportunity to host here themes and debates that tackle all these issues in with a more enlarged vision, and looking at citizens and peoples who resort to us to find a job. Well, I have to say this is a particularly positive approach. If it is true that we are recovering from an economic crisis and the GDP is encouraging in this respect, then we have to rethink some paradigms in terms of economic development and social development. We have to review all our parameters, and first of all, we have to redefine our own idea of well-being. What is the idea of well-being we want to pursue? After that, then we can, in fact, rethink. Based on this paradigm, we can rethink the whole economic model. So, as I said, Porta Futuro also has a say in many specific services for the increase of employability. But it's good to stop and to take stock of progress that have been achieved and to think of a real paradigm shift. And today's event helps us in doing so, because in this respect, this provides a significant contribution to the well-being of people and to the increase of employability and employment. So thank you for being here again. I would like to thank Lunaria for your precious activities, and thank you for choosing Porta Futuro to promote the outcomes of this very interesting project. So I wish you a pleasant day.
Allora, grazie.
Thank you, Alessio, for your hospitality and for your kind words. I would now give the floor to Donatella Fazio from the ISTAT. Besides being a chief of coordinating activities of the ISTAT, she is also the scientific coordinator for the Web Cozy project. So she has been in charge of following all the activities for the promotion of this project from the very outset. So Donatella will be introducing the Web Cozy project, and she will explain how important this project is in terms of social innovation and new statistics. So, Donatella, you have the floor. Good morning, everyone. I would speak in Italian. The slides are in English, but in fact, we are all Italians, except for Kate, but I'm sure she can avail herself of a very efficient English translation, so I will be speaking in Italian. Web Communities for Statistics for Social Innovation is a project that has received funding from the 7th Framework Program of the European Commission, together with Horizon 2020, which is now the main financing tool of the European Commission for research projects aimed at increasing knowledge and awareness in many fields related to research, including social research, economic research, in the statistical field as well. In the medical field also, education, training. So there's a great wealth of issues that are in fact funded and supported by this 7th Framework Program of the European Commission. Can you hear me? More specifically, the WebCOSI project is a project that was funded by the ECDG Connect. This is a 2-year coordination program for 2014-2015, and this was funded in a specific area of the ICT of European Commission, that is to say, collective awareness platforms for sustainability and social innovation. The vision of this area of the European Commission is that technology Web 2.0, so these interactive platforms that are increasingly established and they're increasingly connecting people, acting as bridges among citizens and stakeholders. Well, these tools can in fact provide a significant innovation, a social innovation, I would say, in terms of better awareness and in individual behavior, but they can also be useful tools to communicate and deliver policy actions and measures on the side of policymakers and administrations alike. So this project is focused on statistics. Why is it so? Well, because it is based on the assumption that statistics, that is to say data, information and knowledge, are key to drive and steer individual and public behavior in policy actions for social innovation. More specifically, WebCOSI is focused on statistics beyond GDP, and as we all know, statistics beyond GDP can measure technical progress in terms of well-being and, growth. They measure growth in terms of well-being and sustainability. WebCOSI capitalizes on a debate dating back to 15 years ago. And this debate was in fact included in the Europe 2020 strategy. Such a debate is, in my opinion, is based on the two big revolutions that affected the research sector and beyond, but also the societal issues. That is to say, number one, the debate on GDP and beyond, and also the explosion of the internet, number two. this explosion is crucially changing the scenario, including the roles of those who produce data and those who use data. Well, their roles are in fact intertwined. Yes, these roles are intertwined, and there's a move towards a bottom-up approach for the construction of statistics. So, unlike a past approach, there are no more top-down data. Now we adopt a bottom-up approach whereby data are somehow gathered and processed and adapted by citizens, by grassroots movement. And this can better respond to the needs for statistics by citizens. Against this backdrop, the role of civil society organizations is key. The objectives of the WebCozy project are three. There are three main objectives. Number one, reinforce the engagement of society with the statistics beyond GDP in order to foster their understanding and usage. Number two, we want to pursue a mapping on the digital initiatives that are performing well in terms of engaging citizens and communities, and also in order to exploit online data. Number three, we want to implement tools for a better integration among official and non-official statistics, exploiting the use of the new crowdsourced data, that is to say, data that are generated by associations of civil society, etc. Our consortium is composed of ISTAT, OECD, Lunaria, and iGenius. This is a well-balanced consortium. As you know, there are two relevant institutions that have always had a top-down approach, but who nonetheless accepted to have a peer-to-peer dialogue with two associations of the civil society, that is to say, Lunaria and iGenius, who in fact adopt a bottom-up approach. So there's this favorable intertwining. This is one of the many projects supported by the European Commission. We recognize the importance of take stock of national, international, and European initiatives. Thanks to the OECD contribution, we are now adopting a truly global stance in this respect. As far as the WebCozy's working plan is concerned, the 2-year working plan, number one, we want to map the digital initiatives with the aim of involving communities, that is to say, initiatives that have been carried out by national statistics institutes, civil society, social enterprises, and international organizations. Number two, we want to enhance the engagement of citizens, and we want to create a critical mass through various online initiatives and the organization of face-to-face events like this one. Number three, we want to develop a wiki of progress statistics on the WikiProgress platform hosted by the OECD. And number four, we want to deliver a series of documents, technical and scientific documents, and alongside policy briefs. For the time being, a little bit more than 1 year, we have been implementing the activities you can see on the slide. And I have to say, they proved to be really interesting. We carried out these activities availing ourselves of the internet, especially the 2.0 opportunities. We've carried out 3 online discussions, 1 webinar with Lunaria, 3 workshops, 2 on using technology to engage citizens with well-being statistics, 1 in the perspectives from civil society, and a 3rd workshop on the perspectives from NSI and governments, and our last workshop on the use of data for driving social entrepreneurship. We've also set up a youth portal and alongside a European Wiki Progress University program. And this is important. This is key because it's key to address young people in order to raise their awareness on these new statistics, and also in order to move this agenda forward, to move this perspective forward in terms of considering well-being beyond GDP data. So in this respect, awareness raising and training of young people is key. I mean, new generations have a pivotal role in this respect. We've also released on the Wiki Progress portal, we've released an interactive map containing approximately 140 digital initiatives, both in Europe and beyond, coming from over 100 organizations. Now, the discussion and mapping exercise so far has involved a very significant number of participants. That is to say, about 60,000 proactive participants and followers of the various activities that we've been carrying out, and over 1,500,000 people have been reached via social media, and they have been informed on the themes that we tackle within the framework of the WebCozy project. We were able to get in touch with people coming from different backgrounds and sectors, and not only experts, but also laymen, if you like. Ordinary citizens, outsiders, if you allow me. Citizens are nonetheless very attentive to the issues at stake, and they want to avail themselves of statistics that can measure progress in terms of well-being and sustainability. All activities and documents that have been carried out within the framework of the project are available on the archives of the project. There you will find the outputs and outcomes of the project itself, but also all the policy brief and documents that have been drafted. Today's seminar is key for WebCozy because we will go deeper into a debate already taken on board by the webinar on the civil society initiatives, tools and challenges and organizations. As I saw, there's a lot to be debated. WebCozy is of the opinion, alongside statistics and economists, well, we believe that involving society and all instances of societies with a view of integrating official and unofficial statistics is key to close the gap between what data say and what people perceive and understand. I mean, what are, in fact, their perceptions. So we are witnessing a growing participatory process, taking advantage of Web 2.0 opportunities. This brand new technology allows us to have an online active dialogue. So for the time being, thank you for your attention.
Grazie Donatella. Vedo che siamo arrivati praticamente alle 10:30, quindi io proporrei di prenderci una pausa per un caffè qui fuori e ricominciare appunto alle 11. Il mio intervento di presentazione dei temi del convegno magari lo spostiamo in apertura della prossima sessione, quindi direi di rispettare, come dire, questo calendario che ci siamo dati. Facciamo una pausa di mezz'ora e poi puntualmente alle 11 ci rivediamo qui per riprendere appunto i lavori con la prima sessione. Grazie. Allora.
So let's start again our session after the pleasant coffee break, and I would propose that we proceed in the following way. I will take 10 minutes to introduce you to the structure and objectives of the conference, and then we immediately move into the first session. To present you with the objectives and the articulation of the conference, I would start by the title, Well-being Plausibly. Well, the issue of well-being has for a number of years now been at the center of the work and interest of various organizations, not only on the institutional and academic level, but also among the civil society. And we believe that this issue in the near future will continue to attract more and more attention from both experts in the field and non-experts. The first session of today's conference is entitled Measuring Well-being Beyond GDP. The idea is that the session can be useful to provide the tools of analysis and understanding of the notion of well-being, what well-being is, how can we in practice measure it, and which measures are available for well-being and which are the determinant factors. As we will see, it is an extremely important topic. I do not want to anticipate too much of what will be discussed by our keynote speakers, but allow me to just say a few words on the notion of well-being, which can be considered somehow as a catch-all concept, meaning a concept whose definition is open to a number of nuances and different articulations, and we believe that this semantic open nature of the term well-being, this multifaceted nature, is a positive factor that we should enhance and not something that we should perceive as a limit. In general terms, well-being concerns the capacity of our soul to live a decent life, a life that is worth living. And it depends on a number of variables, levels of income, health, education, but also of the quality of social solidarity and support networks and networks of democratic participation that we are part of, and also the possibility of living in a healthy environment, an environment which is not depleted. These are some of the essential aspects determining well-being, and Kate Scrivens from OECD will tell us a lot more about it in her presentation. But these factors tend to be not considered or not considered enough in the measurement of GDP. And the GDP, as we know, is the compass guiding the policies of our governments, because it is considered as the index that tells us how healthy our economies are. Now, since a long time, thanks to the work of important scholars, we have familiarized with the limits of GDP as a notion in determining, in measuring some essential aspects of the quality of life of individuals. But we also know that nowadays we can count on a significant number of other tools, another measurement on well-being that are capable of integrating these other aspects that are important in order to determine what the living standard of people is, of their life individually and of their lives within as communities. And some of these tools and some of these indexes and indicators have been developed in the course of time by civil society organization. This has been the case abroad, but also in Italy. As Chiara Ricci from Sbilanciamoci and Mirko Laurenti from Legambiente will tell us. What we wish to emphasize is the role of civil society in the current historic phase. The role of civil society in producing, reprocessing, or summarizing information and data on issues concerning the well-being and the quality of life of persons. In the past 30 years, our social, political, economic systems have underwent deep transformations. Let us think of globalization, of the impact of globalization and transnational integration processes at the political level, but also let us think of new technologies and of the transformations of the labor market. All these aspects have somehow destabilized our societies and have hardly tested our capacity to interpret the changes that our societies experience. And so it is difficult for us to be up to the challenge of what we could define as the society of risk and the society of uncertainty. A society which we believe is based on an unfair model of development that is incapable of tackling the problem of inequalities and of the survival of ecosystems. So, we think that in the framework of what we're discussing today, the role of civil society is essential. And why is it so? Number one, because intermediate bodies are essential for the quality of democracy with respect to other intermediate bodies, particularly political parties, that are somehow dismantling their role and that are currently experience a crisis of trust, a crisis of trust on the side of citizens. On the other hand, when we look at civil society, we see that there is a number of organizations, even small organizations, that are still somehow well-rooted in society. This means that they still have active sensors disseminated at the local level, sensors which are capable of capturing warning signals, but also needs and claims coming from the bottom, coming in a bottom-up terms. And also these organizations have proved to be capable of interpreting these signals. And what is even more important in the context of today's conference, these organizations have been debating what it means to gather, produce, and process relevant data and information on the topic of well-being and of the quality of development for communities and geographical areas. Now, Of course, this does not mean that institutions and political organizations do not have a role to play or should not play their part, do their part. In fact, the tools for measuring well-being that have been developed should be enhanced at the political and institutional level through the integration of these tools in the measurement of GDP, and so integrating tools, social and well-being indicators in the production of statistics. And this can help in supporting the definition of public policies and the evaluation of public policies. It can help us in deciding which public policies we should adopt, why should we do so, at which cost, and what results do they produce. This we will discuss more in detail with Giulio Marcon, an MP who will be joining us soon. He's at the moment busy in Parliament, but he will be joining us very soon. And once again, in this phase, in this historic phase in which the level of complexity of the systems we live in, it's something that is unprecedented. In such a context, we need more and more to be able to decipher and interpret the transformations of society. We live in a society of risk and uncertainty, but also in a society of information and new technologies. And in this framework, a very important process is ongoing at the level of society in general on the availability of data. And the availability of data, of open data, is essential at three levels. Number one, at the political level and institutional level, in order to be able to take decisions which are well-informed and far-sighted. Number two, we need to develop a common language between civil society, institutions, and political parties in order to maintain, to keep open some channels to connect these three different spheres. And number three, we must ensure spaces of democratic participation within which active citizens which are willing to participate, can count on the availability of tools that are adequate for them to take decisions and to participate to democratic life in an adequate manner. So bearing these three aspects in mind, well then, in terms of well-being, the connection concerns the challenge of transparency, accountability, and the openness of institutional policies. All these aspects determine the quality of our democracy, and they will be discussed in a more or less direct manner during this afternoon's session. Just to conclude, let me say that we here in Italy are experiencing an economic crisis that has been ongoing for 7 years now. And every public spending and financial transfers to local administrations from the central organization are being cut and reduced. Within such a framework, the issue of how we use resources that are more and more scarce, well, this issue is essential. And civil society on this point is developing a number of interesting initiatives that somehow bridge the gap between the availability of open data, the production of non-official statistics by civil society, and an innovative and intelligent use of new technologies from the point of view of democratic participation. In the course of the afternoon, we will touch upon these issues with a number of speakers that we wish to thank already from now. So now, let me let's move on to the first session of this morning, entitled Measuring Well-Being Beyond GDP, and I will leave the floor to Kate Scrivens, researcher at OECD and manager of Wikiprogress, that is the online platform launched by OECD at the end of 2009 and providing information on indicators and indexes to measure progress from the social, economic and environmental point of view. Thank you.
Microphone, please. We can't hear. Okay.
Okay. Thank you. I apologize that I'll be speaking in English. I just wanted to say thank you, first of all, to Lunaria for the invitation. I can't think of a better place to talk about well-being than Rome in the springtime. So, I have an ambitious title that Duccio gave me. Well-being, what it is, how it counts, and why it counts. So today, we're going to tackle this topic that has been puzzling philosophers for about 2 millennia, at least. But we're going to talk today about how we can understand well-being and how we can achieve it. These are difficult questions, but increasingly, as Duccio has said, policymakers and organizations such as my own, the OECD, are considering that we really need to make people's well-being the ultimate goal of policy. So how do we reconcile this need to capture the complexity of human well-being on the one hand with the need to develop policy for it on the other hand? So how do we measure well-being? There's no one answer, but today I'm just going to talk briefly about how the OECD is approaching this challenge and what we've found to date and what still needs to be done. So, if you were granted just one wish tomorrow, just one wish, do you know what you would wish for? Would it be infinite wealth? Would it be fame? Would it be love? Or would you ask for something more selfless, such as world peace? And if you had this one wish, do you think that this would be everything that you would need to have a fulfilling and decent life? You might at first, but eventually you'd have to face all the other problems that people face. Even lottery winners and celebrities have health problems and divorces. If we eradicated war and conflict, we'd still be facing a number of other challenges to humanity. So I think we can start by saying that well-being cannot be reduced to just one thing. Some people say that it can. A lot of people working in this field talk about happiness as the ultimate goal. There's even a whole field of happiness economics that is considering this issue. But even this has problems, because what is happiness? Is it something that you feel in the moment that can change depending on the time of the day? Or is it how you feel about your life overall? Or is it even something deeper and more profound than that, such as a sense of meaning and purpose in your life? And then another problem with this happiness approach is, how do you consider somebody who's living in squalor or in deprivation but who considers themselves happy? From a policy point of view, do we not care about their situation? So even this approach has problems. So I think that what we can say is that well-being is a messy concept. It's complex, it's multidimensional, as Duccio has said. It's also something that's personally and culturally dependent. So it's a difficult concept to measure. So having accepted this, why do we even bother? Why should we even try to measure well-being? The main reason is that there's a real need for this. There's a widespread recognition of the need to go beyond GDP. For most of the last century, most of government efforts for national improvement focus almost exclusively on this one measure, and there were good reasons for this. it was never intended to measure people's welfare, but it became widely accepted as such, mainly because the assumption was that as long as a country's economy was doing well, its population was too, and also because economic growth is a fundamental precondition for improving living standards. But it became the ultimate goal of policy, and it meant that we forgot about the rest of it. We lost sight of it. And then what we need direct measures of people's well-being. This is being increasingly recognized. We need broader measures that can paint a picture of people's lives directly rather than using a proxy measure of welfare such as GDP. From a normative perspective, it's understood that growth cannot be the ultimate end of policy, but just a means towards an end of improving people's well-being. And from a public policy perspective, there's a need to address what is increasingly seen as a disconnect between what policymakers are seeking and what people actually want. This is just a quick, fairly dramatic example of why it's important to look beyond GDP to get a sense of what's going on within a country. This is Egypt in the 5 years running up to the Arab Spring. And as you can see, GDP levels were increasing fairly uniformly, even affected very little by the economic crisis. And yet, as you can see in contrast, this is a measure of people who are thriving. And what this measures is people who, when asked to assess their life on a scale of 1 to 10, evaluate their lives as above 7 now, and when they think about the future in 5 years' time, assess their level as above 8. So they're feeling well today and they're feeling optimistic about the future. And as you can see, this plummeted in the few years before the Arab Springs. And it's just a very simple example of, as Duccio was saying, we need better measures of people's needs and better warning signals of when things are taking, when we're taking a wrong direction in our policy priorities. So the OECD is an organization that's mainly known for its economic policy advice, so it might be seen as an unlikely candidate to concern itself with people's well-being. We actually have a long history of work on social indicators. This current interest in well-being isn't the first time that we've been looking beyond GDP. In the 1960s and 70s, there was a big social indicators movement in Europe and North America, and the OECD was strongly involved in this, and since then has had a strong program of work on social indicators. We have a flagship publication called Society at a Glance. But what's new about this new movement is the recognition that this can't just be an academic or a technical exercise. We really have to integrate these well-being measures into policy. And so since the early 2000s, as Donatella said, for the last 15 years, there's been a movement not just from the OECD, but from civil society organizations, and research organizations, and governments across the world for better and broader measures of societal progress. The OECD began to be involved in this through our World Forums. We held the first one in Palermo in 2004. And what was fairly revolutionary about this event was that it was not just a technical meeting, but it brought together actors from many different sectors of society and talked about the role of statistics not purely from a technical point of view, but as in terms of their democratic and political role in society. Basically, if we don't measure something, we don't pay attention to it and we don't make policy about it. And so this is why it's really important to really get a better understanding of how we define and get better measures of well-being and have these integrated into the policy process. The Stiglitz report, which is a report written by a commission set up by the French President Nicolas Sarkozy, headed by Joseph Stiglitz, Amartya Sen, and Jean-Paul Fitoussi, was a turning point in this agenda. It gave an intellectual and political legitimacy for the need to measure well-being. And it also, for the OECD, laid out a roadmap for our more substantive work on this measurement. And in 2011, we launched the Better Life Initiative, which marked the 50th anniversary of the OECD. It also was a kind of turning point for the OECD because we changed our whole mission around the motto of better policies for better lives. So even within the OECD as a whole, it's now been mainstreamed that we're not just an organisation that's looking at growth uniquely, but we're looking at how to improve people's well-being across the board. So we have two flagship products that are part of this Better Life initiative. We have the book, The How's Life Report, which looks in quite a bit of detail across the different dimensions of well-being that we've identified and provides comparisons across OECD countries. And we have the Better Life Index, which is an interactive tool, which I'll talk about a little bit in a second. So for many years, even though we were working on this issue of well-being, the OECD resisted the call to produce actual measures. For all the reasons outlined at the start, we felt that it was better if through the forums and through other networking initiatives such as Wiki Progress, we raised awareness of the need to go beyond GDP, and we encouraged governments and communities to define well-being for themselves. And in many respects, that's still our philosophy. We still think that this is important, and we by no means see our own framework as the only way to measure well-being. But we did realize, through looking at different frameworks from across the world, from different cultures, from different researchers, that it was possible to identify a number of key dimensions that are important across the board. The weight given to these different dimensions might differ, but we can identify a number of key areas. And at the same time, there was also a demand for guidance in these areas of measurement, and so we ourselves needed to develop a framework to guide our own work. So this is the OECD Wellbeing Framework. I don't know how clearly you can see this, but it's guided by a number of key principles. We've identified 11 dimensions of current well-being. So these are, in terms of quality of life, health status, work and life balance, education and skills, social connections, civic engagement and governance, environmental quality, personal security, and subjective well-being. And in terms of material conditions, income and wealth, jobs and earnings, and housing. I'm not sure if you can see clearly on this diagram, but we've shown how GDP overlaps with this framework. GDP is obviously an underlying condition for improving well-being, but it also includes a number of what we call regrettables that lie outside well-being. For example, the BP oil leak actually increased GDP because the amount of money spent on cleaning up the oil leak. So it's just to show that GDP is an imperfect measure. The framework is guided by a number of key principles. It's a focus on people and not on systems, not just on the economic system. We're reporting both on averages, so on country aggregates, but even more importantly, it's looking at the distribution of well-being outcomes amongst a population. We tend to look by gender and by age, but as I'll mention before the end of the presentation, we're also looking at other forms of inequality, such as regional inequalities, and within a country, inequalities between different population groups that can be identified. Very important is that it's capturing both objective and subjective aspects of life. You can see here that one of the dimensions is subjective well-being. I'll talk a little bit about this in a second, about what we actually mean by this. But in every other dimension, we also capture indicators of people's own perceptions of their experience, as well as more objective indicators. It's focusing on outcomes as opposed to inputs or outputs. So rather than looking at something like government expenditure on education, we're looking at the actual education outcomes of people. And we feel that this is very, very important as well, because even though it's easier to control the inputs and the outputs, we really need to keep an eye on the actual outcomes. It might be harder to trace a direct line between policy intervention and other behaviours and these outcomes, but we need to keep an idea of what people are actually experiencing, and then the next step is to look in more detail at how we can try and change that. And crucially, it's looking at well-being today, but it's also looking at well-being in the future. And I don't know if you can see the box at the bottom, but this is an integral part of the framework as well, is sustainability over time. The framework we use is a capital-based framework, so we're looking at natural capital, economic capital, human capital, and social capital. And as you can see, the arrows show that these are completely interlinked. You can't talk about people's well-being without taking into account planetary boundaries and sustainability over time. Afterwards, measuring this is a challenge, but we needed to start somewhere, and with this framework takes into account most of the aspects that people feel are important. Just a quick comment about our criteria for selecting indicators, which won't necessarily be the same as a smaller initiative or a civil society initiative. The OECD is an organisation, as Donatella mentioned this morning, where we're seen as a top-down organisation. Some of our main stakeholders are official statisticians. And in fact, one of our main missions with this work is to encourage official statistical offices to develop better measures in areas that at the moment are under-measured. The OECD also exists to compare outcomes across countries, and so sometimes we've had to sacrifice accuracy for the ease of comparison across countries. So our main criteria are that the indicators have face validity. That means that they capture what is intended to be measured. That they focus on summary outcomes, so something like life expectancy, which is a good summary outcome of health status. They are amenable to change and policy interventions. They're commonly used and accepted as well-being indicators. They ensure comparability and maximum country coverage. And also, because this is intended to be an activity that goes on over time, as much as possible, we're looking for indicators that are collected through a recurrent survey rather than a one-off exercise. I won't go into too much detail about the indicators themselves. This is just a list of the headline indicators for the How's Life framework. You can see in the brackets after each indicator, OS is for official statistics and NOS is for non-official statistics. You'll see that for two dimensions in particular, social connections and subjective well-being, we're currently relying on non-official statistics, and this is a really important thing to note, because these are two dimensions that we see are amongst the most important for contributing to people's overall well-being, and yet they're not currently widely measured by official statistics and governments. And so part of this framework is to highlight data gaps and data availability, and rather than working from what data is available and basing our model around that, this framework's really to advocate for better measures as well, and provide guidelines in these areas. So a big part of our work is going beyond these headline indicators and beyond the How's Life publication and the Better Life website that I mentioned at the beginning. A lot of our work is about pushing the methodological boundaries a bit further. So, for example, the area of subjective well-being, which a lot of people refer to as happiness, has taken up a lot of our work because there was no guidelines on measurement in this area. And over the last 10 years, there's been a sea change. About 10 years ago, there was no recognition of the need to measure this, or Even though it was seen as important, it was seen as too big a challenge to even approach. And because there's been a critical mass of research around this area over the last couple of years, we're looking into how we can measure this and the potential policy relevance of these measures. And finally, a really interesting area is a concept that we refer to as eudaimonia, a Greek word, which refers to this sense of meaning and purpose that is not always captured when people think about happiness as something superficial and lighter. Often what drives people is whether they feel that they're meeting their goals, and even such issues as spirituality, which come into this area in great detail. And so we're also looking into other areas such as trust and job quality and sustainability in similar detail. And for the moment, the measures we have are imperfect, but we see this as an evolving process. It's just the start. So just quickly, how much time do I have? No more than 5 minutes. Okay. I'm going to quickly just talk about some of the results. So just quickly, on our framework, how does Italy perform? You can see that there's great variability across the different dimensions. Italy's best in terms of income and wealth and work-life balance. In comparison to other OECD countries, it performs lowest on education and skills and jobs. The most important application of this framework is to encourage policymakers to look in a holistic way across the board. And then they can see where areas are potentially problematic, and then the next stage is to look in more detail at the potential drivers and explanations. Even more crucially important is to look at inequalities. I don't know how clearly you can see, but this shows the difference in well-being outcomes in the 20% of lowest achievers in each dimension compared to the 20% of highest achievers. And the left-hand side is for Italy, and the right-hand side is for OECD as a whole. And you can see that there's fairly similar shapes. So income inequalities tends to be the area where inequality is the greatest. But also in employment and in subjective well-being. And then in other areas such as social connections and civic engagement, the inequalities are less well-defined. The Better Life Index is a tool which allows people to create their own composite indices. Now, when we're talking about going beyond GDP, there's often discussions about how we can create a different single number. And for the moment, we've steered away from this because we feel that well-being, because it's multidimensional, we need to keep attention on all the different dimensions. And also because, although there's a commonality to the different themes, people put different priorities on the different themes. So it's not up to the OECD to develop a composite index. What the Better Life Index allows you to do is to rank your own preferences for each dimension and create your own composite index. Through this, we've seen that users tend to put more importance on subjective well-being and health, education, and less on civic engagement and social connections overall. But there are differences by age and even by country. So in Italy, there are slight differences. Italians put more importance on the environment than OECD as a whole, less on safety, and in Italy, social connections are more important than income, which is not the case for the OECD as a whole. Over time, priorities change as well. The importance of jobs, income, and subjective well-being have increased in the last couple of years, but civic engagement and social connections have gone down. We need to interpret this data with a little bit of caution because this is not a representative sample. These are people who are coming onto the OECD website, so may have a certain level of education and may come from a certain socioeconomic background and a certain age, but it's still nonetheless interesting for us to see how preferences can be different in different countries. The well-being framework is just a starting point, and then the idea is that this can be adapted to different contexts. So even within the OECD, we're using this framework in slightly different ways. We're starting to do in-depth country studies where we go beyond these headline indicators and look in much more detail in inequalities within a country. We'll also have a regional wellbeing project that has slightly adapted the framework. They've added a dimension on access to services, but also look at a lot of the same dimensions. We're looking at how this framework can be applied to developing countries as well. We're starting a series of studies in Myanmar, the Philippines, Uruguay, Cote d'Ivoire, and a number of different countries. And we're also looking at how this framework can be applied for different population groups. And so, for example, on Wiki Progress, we're currently having a consultation on youth well-being, and one of the areas is how the OECD framework, how relevant that is for young people under the age of 25. I'm going to skip the next two slides. These just show, in terms of regional well-being, what we can learn from this. As you can see, there's really big differences in terms of regions. This is with Italian regions. And so, for example, in terms of employment, the difference amongst Italian regions is the same as the difference amongst OECD countries. So that's the difference between somewhere like Turkey or Greece and somewhere such as the United States or Japan. Another thing that's worth bearing in mind is that regional disparities don't just affect those regions where well-being is the lowest. They are associated with overall low well-being outcomes for the country. And so this is another reason why we need to look at inequalities, because there's a real correlation between large disparities and overall well-being. Okay, just to conclude, so this framework is just a starting point. We continue to work with governments and civil society organizations, and we continue to say that for any particular community or society, consultation and discussion is a big part of this. The main purpose of wellbeing measurement is to somehow impact outcomes through policy and changing behavior. And civil society's role is crucial in this, because in terms of raising awareness of well-being and keeping governments accountable, as well as running their own projects at a local level or even a national level to complement official statistics. I'm going to finish there. I just wanted to say our 5th World Forum will be held in Guadalajara, Mexico in October this year, and we welcome all civil society participants who are interested in well-being. If you're interested in finding out more, or if you'd like an invitation to attend, then please email me at the OECD address, and I encourage you to explore the OECD well-being work at any of these links here.
Allora, grazie Kate.
Thank you, Kate, for this very complete, comprehensive presentation on the multidimensional aspects of well-being and on the Italian situation and what emerges in OECD studies for what concerns the Italian situation. Now, I would propose that anyone from the audience wishing to make questions or comments, you can do so at the end of the session. So we will have all the presentations and then an open debate with the audience. So now I will leave the floor to Chiara Ricci from the Sbilanciamoci campaign, and she will speak of the role of civil society in measuring well-being at the national and local level, and in particular for what concerns the Italian experience. Chiara is a researcher who also participates to the Sbilanciamoci campaign, and she works in the area of well-being, of the transparency on the Italian national state budget, and she has drafted the course report. Chiara. Good morning. I will briefly illustrate the Italian experience what concerns civil society initiatives to measure well-being at the national and local level. The context is one, the general framework is one in which, starting from the 1970s, but particularly from the early 2000s onwards, we have seen a growing interest for alternatives to GDP in measuring and evaluating the objectives of public policies and the quality of development of a given country. So at the national and international level, initiatives were created that have highlighted the need to go beyond GDP, and highlighting the fact that GDP only represents the general value of assets and services of a country in a given on a given year. But on the other hand, the value is that of GDP is that, yes, it does not take social and environmental aspects into consideration, but it presents a summary, a synthesizing value. And that is very useful. It's a summary of the situation in one value. And this must be the same objective of alternative well-being indicators. So indicators are essential. As highlighted by the UN Commission on Sustainable Indicators in 1995, indicators are essential because they transform data in information that can be easily interpreted, and that can help in measuring and gauging progress with respect to the achievement of objectives of sustainable development, and they can, of course, somehow tell us something about what the situation in general is. So the role of civil society. So it is clear, if we understand what indicators are, then we immediately understand why the role of civil society is important. Civil society can express what is important to measure for indicators to be recognized and respected by all. As Lucio was saying in his introduction, civil society has an essential role to play to guarantee the quality of the democratic life of public institutions, and the contribution of civil society organizations to the definition of perspectives of development. This is a political contribution in the sense that these organizations try to point what shared objectives can be and to convey this message to government administrations. In Italy, at the local level, and various civil society organizations had already in the 90s started to discuss about alternatives to GDP, and some summarizing indicators were developed, in particular by Sole 24 Ore newspaper in 1993, and by which was an indicator on the quality of life of provinces. That was a very specific initiative that did not see the involvement of civil society as a whole. In fact, the indicator developed by the Sole 24 Ore newspaper was somehow an indicator that was useful for public opinion, but was developed by experts and statisticians only. The experience, on the other hand, of the Sbilanciamoci campaign is a wider experience in the field of well-being indicators. I will go into the details of the course indicator that we started developing in 2006, and it's an indicator based on the contribution of all the social organizations that participate to the Sbilanciamoci campaign, and it's a starting point. It was the starting point in this field that then led ISTAT, the National Statistics Institute, to develop the BES index. Then there are other indicators and indexes which are have been developed by civil society. They do not wish to somehow offer an alternative to GDP, but rather corrections to GDP. For example, the one developed by Symbol in 2007. And then there are some quality indicators on some specific dimensions that are connected to well-being. For example, urban ecosystem, on the sustainability and the quality of life in cities, or Bollino Blue, which was an environmental indicator that was developed in 2006, or other indicators developed, for example, by trade organizations, or that were the result of initiatives developed at the local level. And then we have many academic experiences and initiatives in this field, but more at the theoretical level than at the practical level. For what concerns this Bilanciamoci campaign, this has been one of the most significant initiatives developed in Italy, because the campaign has played an essential role within the world of civil society in Italy, bringing together 51 different civil society organizations at the national level, organizations that are active on various spheres: ecology, volunteer work, social inclusion, common goods, peace, education and culture. The objective of the campaign is to promote fair and sustainable development, and development that pays attention to aspects such as welfare, rights, social solidarity. The campaign produces a number of tools every year. On the one hand, there is the alternative state's budget, which is a proposal on how the state budget could be used for a different alternative use of public resources in the perspective of sustainable development. Then there is the survey on military spending, various studies and research produced by the campaign, and the green paper on development aid, which was an essential initiative that was carried out between 2006 and 2011. Together with that, there was the development of QUARTZ, the regional indicator of development. This index summarizes the result of more than 40 indicators. We have developed the indicator in a bottom-up manner. All the organizations participating to the campaign were invited to provide their contribution on what they thought was relevant to measure, and then it was decided to bring all these dimensions together in a composite index in order to produce a more effective result. The objectives of this indicator are many. On the one hand, it is based on a multi-dimensional approach to development. Number two, the objective is to be able to compare the level of development of the various Italian regions and provide citizens with a tool that can be useful both as data, but also as an advocacy tool. The specific contribution that we provided as a campaign, the specific contribution to society that through the publication of the QUARTZ indicator we provided to society is definitely a political contribution, in the sense that we're trying to bring attention to certain points and keep together the dimension of protest somehow with that of proposal. And this is something that we must do on the basis of shared knowledge through a social learning process that can be then translated into an institutional learning process. So the final objective is that of engaging institutions in responding to the needs of citizens and translating those needs and proposals into active public policies. The methodology is similar to what Kate described for what concerns the framework upon which the OECD index is based. The only difference perhaps is that of the involvement of civil society, which in this case was greater because it is a bottom-up index that we're speaking about. So our methodology has been, number one, definition of the objectives, number two, definition of the theoretical framework of reference and identification of the variables, number three, gathering and processing the data and analyzing the results. This was the theoretical approach to evaluating development in Italian regions. And of course, if that was the approach we used for to evaluate developments at the regional level, then we also try to translate this methodology to smaller local contexts. And so the same methodology has been applied by a number of municipalities and provinces, which provinces are part of regions, so they're smaller geographical areas, to develop similar tools. The objective in this case of the small local level experiences, the objective was very similar, that of promoting a deeper understanding of the economic, social and environmental geographical situation of that geographical area and bring to the attention of local government what the real living standards of people are in that area. Moreover, at the local level, it is easier to promote a participatory process through the active contribution of civil society in a dialogue with local government. And in fact, we have seen that in the smaller local experiences, it was easier to promote the active participation of citizens in these initiatives. Through this methodology, we identified the relevant dimensions that had to be taken into account to develop these indexes. An important example of an initiative of this kind was that developed in 2011 in the municipality of Arezzo in the Tuscany region. This was a process promoted within the framework of a EU project. And the local government in Arezzo, the city administration wanted to have a tool to evaluate the impact of their policies in terms of human development. So the decision was that of gathering data at the municipal level. So for what concerns data gathering aspects, they had to tackle a number of challenges related to the limited availability of that data at the municipal level. Here you can see in this graph somehow, this graph summarizes the work that was done in Arezzo. A number of essential areas were identified, such as economy and work, rights and citizenship, equal opportunities, environment, education and culture, well-being, healthcare, participation. In order to evaluate the strengths and weaknesses of the level of development within that municipality. The dialogue between citizens and local administration made it possible to gather extra information with respect to what the traditional indicators are. Another significant experience was that carried out in the province of Rome through the publication of the report New Indicators of Well-Being. The campaign the Sbilanciamoci campaign also in this case provided support to the initiative. The objective was that of developing a tool in order to measure what was called the strategic project of the province. That was a plan that had been developed by the provincial administration to promote development in the province, and the idea was to gather indicators with the contribution of civil society in order to evaluate the effectiveness of such plan. In this case, the provinces in Italy are a smaller administration with respect to the region, and they are made of a number of municipalities. So data was gathered in the various municipalities that are part of the province, and we used a methodology similar to that of the course index, in the sense that with the course index, for each dimension, we established a score of the situation at the national level, and we represented that on a map in order to highlight territorial inequalities with respect to each dimension. This very useful mapping tool was replicated in the case of the initiative carried out in the province of Rome in order to produce an immediate clear picture of what the imbalances and inequalities at the territorial level within the province were. Furthermore, all these initiatives made it possible to start the work for the production of the BESS indicator. BESS means fair and sustainable well-being, and is a tool developed by the National Statistics Institute and CNEL, the National Research Institute. BESS, fair and sustainable well-being, meaning a well-being that can be fair and equal for all social groups, and sustainable, meaning that future generations will also be able to benefit from the same level of well-being. The process that made it possible for this tool was to be developed was definitely a process resulting also of the work done by the Sbilanciamoci campaign and all the previous initiatives. In fact, Istat and CNEL created a scientific committee that saw the active participation of civil society organization at the scientific level. Particularly, the Sbilanciamoci campaign was invited to contribute with its experience in the field. Shared definition of progress through 12 domains was developed, and then a public consultation process started. So both Istat and CNEL realized that it was essential to engage citizens in the process. This was done through an online questionnaire from a multi-purpose service, from a blog, and a number of regional meetings. In June 2013, the first report was published with the indicators, well-being indicators, official well-being indicators that had been developed region by region. By now, this somehow, once the objective of a national measurement of well-being being officially developed at the national level, once that objective was reached, somehow you could think that the role of civil society was over. On the one hand, we believe that that's not the case, that we must continue to work as civil society, particularly to promote these tools at the local and regional level. At the institutional level, a number of initiatives to measure well-being at the regional level is ongoing, but civil society must continue to push in this direction and to try and keep an eye on the various domains of the BESS indicator in order to widen the impact of this tool. Moreover, civil society continues to gather a lot of data that is not included in official statistics and that are relevant for the well-being and the development of society. And so this means that we must continue to pay attention to the role of civil society, particularly emphasizing the role of civil society for what concerns other dimensions that are connected to well-being, well-being, but are not strictly summarized in the term well-being. In this sense, the civil society is strengthening its role in bringing the attention of institutions on aspects which are normally not considered by such institutions. Moreover, it is necessary for citizens to interact more and more with the world of official statistics, because this world is proving to be more is paying more and more attention to the needs of citizens, and we must continue to push in this direction, in the direction of a stronger interaction between citizens and the world of official statistics in order to reach a shared definition of well-being. Thank you.
Grazie Chiara.
Thank you, Chiara. Thank you for this journey across Italy with the initiatives that have been undertaken on our territory in measuring well-being. I would like to underline one element which I deem important, and we will mention it again in the course of this evening's session. That is to say, the synergy among civil society stakeholders and institutions. I'm referring to the local authorities like Municipality of Arezzo or Istat. On well-being, there are windows of opportunity for creating these synergies, including on the aspect of open data. Something is happening in Italy. Now, from the international level with Kate, we've been shifting towards the regional level, and now we're ending up at the municipal level, metropolitan level, with Mirko Laurenti. Mirko Laurenti will be speaking of how we live and how we could live in Italian cities. Mirko Laurenti is the responsible for urban ecosystem from Legambiente, a historical association for scientific environmental movement. Since 1980, they have been tackling issues relating to environment and volunteering. We have 150,000 supporters and other stakeholders participating in this Legambiente activities. We have 60 areas, natural areas, which are directly managed by Legambiente with other institutions, just to mention a few of the actions being undertaken by this very important association in over 30 years of activity. Now, I will now give the floor to Mirko Laurenti. Mirko, you have the floor.
Sì. Intanto grazie.
Thank you, everyone, for inviting me and for giving me the chance of speaking of such an important matter in such a distinguished context. Well, this is my opinion, so thank you for giving us this opportunity. We, as Legambiente, since 1993, and this was already mentioned by Chiara Ricci, since 1993 we've been carrying out a study based on this assumption, that is to say, starting from civil society, citizens, the actual needs of citizens, and we want to provide a concrete examination, a thorough assessment of our urban centers in order to take a snapshot of the real situation we experience on our shoulder. I mean, what is our country giving to us on an everyday basis? This research was launched in 1993. This was the seed. We planted the seed so that many other countries could, raise and cherish the examination of the reality. So we were like a pioneering exercise at the time, which served as a model for other countries in environmental research. At the time, our work started with a questionnaire that was disseminated to mayors and capital cities in Italy. This questionnaire was focused on different questions: enlargement of green areas, level of air pollution, the situation with public transport and mobility, and our goal was to measure what cities and administrations were able to do in order to improve life in the cities. At the beginning, our results were a dime at the time. The answers received by those municipalities which were already obliged at the time to provide answers to the claims made by citizens. Well, as I said, the answers were not complete, were not thorough. Out of 197 municipalities of capital cities, we had a 30% rate of response. Today, the reality has changed. We, as an association, and all stakeholders who really understood that was a way to increase awareness about the situation on our own territory, including institutional stakeholders. I mean, we have a very great collaboration with ISTAT on this field. Our job on the questionnaire, which is still disseminated to territories, has been streamlined, is more straightforward, and this is especially because we've launched a cooperation with ISPRAT and ISTAT as well, and we decided to send to local administrations different questionnaires but with the same questions. So things have improved. Our administrators we would like to think this was because of out of consensus, but the fact is our administrators provided an answer to our claims, so there was a straightforward answer. Of course, this has to do with an increased claim for transparency, and as a consequence, we now have better answers to our questions. And we would like to underscore this aspect because this is part of this substantial change we participated in. We helped, bringing about. Today, the situation has improved, and we have an 80% rate of response as opposed to the past in terms of questions to mayors and administrators. We sent questionnaires to all capital cities, but because of response and capacity, we only consider 104 capital cities because we cannot have concrete and measurable answers from Trani, Andria, Barletta, and all the new capital cities from the south of Italy. Well, in those specific cases, we decided to exclude these newly created capital cities and to take into account only 104 capital cities. As a matter of fact, the situation has improved indeed, and today we can, based on the answers we've been receiving and based on the availability we find on the part of offices, public administrations, mayors, and in our capital cities, we are now able to provide a snapshot of the current reality, which is far more comprehensive than it used to be in the past. So we know what needs to be implemented in Italy, including in the in biggest realities, in the most populated areas, because those areas are the ones who matter the most for the purposes of economic objectives. So policy guidelines are key for these areas in particular, because they can have spillover effects on the country as a whole. We now have quite reliable data, and we have quite a comprehensive picture, and our report is now widely recognized. And what emerged is quite a static country. Our country is not able notwithstanding the crisis, is not able to be in line with, guidelines provided by our report, even if they have zero costs. For example, we could create a new cycling lines that would not entail a huge amount of costs, but in our realities, creating a new cycling line can prove to be even more difficult than other objectives. So the major comment underlying our analysis is this: there are no steps forwards in terms of political choices. Now, answering the questions, how do we live and how we could live in the Italian cities? Well, in trying to provide an answer, I would like to give you an overview, an idea of what's happening not so far away from us compared to what's happening here in Italy and what we can do in Italy. So I would like to invite you to draw a comparison, and I have a couple of ideas in this respect. One of the examples is Bilbao. Bilbao was able to dismantle the big industrial area in the middle of the city in order to create the Guggenheim Museum. So that was a piece of city that was reconquered by citizens themselves as a public space, as a common good, a space that used to be an industrial site which could not be exploited by citizens. We know that after the 1992 Olympic Games in Barcelona, the city made huge progress in that respect, and they were successful. In Italy, examples in a recent past, in a not too distant past, are not positive examples. For example, the World Cup in 1990, they left a desert behind them, a desert of incomplete public works. We have cathedrals in the midst of a desert, and all this abandoned infrastructure provide a very frightening picture of what we've been able not to achieve in our country. I could quote another example. For example, I could quote other Olympic Games in 2009. They revealed an even worse picture as opposed to 1990 in terms of investments that resulted in new cathedrals in the desert being created. So the picture is not encouraging at all. Let's talk of London. The BZ, a zero-emission neighborhood, and they were able to recover an abandoned site. In Malmo, in southern Sweden, they created an area with zero cars, meaning if you want to buy a house in that area, you have to declare that you don't want to use a car, and as a consequence, if you buy a house, you will have several advantages in this respect. So there's a wide and a comprehensive network of public transport, cycling lanes in that neighborhood, which allow you not to have a car. So these are all examples that reveal that we can provide an answer to environmental emergencies or social emergencies. Those countries were able to do so, and we weren't. They were successful in providing an answer to citizens' claims and needs without huge costs. Let's mention Hungary. Hungary is a country who achieved a 20% increase in the use of bicycles in a few years, and such an outcome would have been unthinkable many years ago. The same can be said for Berlin, for Paris as well. For us, talking of 30 kilometers in terms of speed limits in urban centers, is unthinkable. We have a proposal for a modification of the road code, which has been in a standstill within the Parliament for many years now, and one of the main propositions concerns the 30 kilometers limitations in terms of speed on urban areas. So except for isolated cases, the situation is not encouraging. In this respect, with the new government, notwithstanding the new government, we have this proposal for, amending the road code has been, at a standstill within the parliament. Copenhagen was able to recover the port area, which was very polluted, which used to be dedicated to the industrial aspect of the port. This area was recovered and was given back to citizens. We now have a swimming pool. What used to be an industrial site is now a public swimming pool. I invite you to look at the pictures. This is amazing. You can go there by bicycle and you can have a bath. You can swim in this restored area in the swimming pool. So our reality is totally different. We do have a few positive examples, but they're not enough. And this is to underline, because, the examples I quoted might seem an exaggeration, but in our urban areas, we do have positive examples that demonstrate that it is the will of administrators that matters more than resources available. And let me give you one of the most, evident example, the garbage emergency. This is not an emergency. We've been ravaged by this garbage issue for years now, starting from Milan back in the 80s to the recent developments in the Campania regions 2 years ago. Well, especially in the Campania region, we do have good examples. And that demonstrate is that if there's a will, there's a way. There are Salerno and Benevento, and they are two capital cities of the Campania region, and they both overcame the 65% goal of separate waste disposal. This means that with the appropriate choices and based on active participation of citizens, involving citizenship and through raising awareness, including in schools, with an active participation of teachers as well. Well, with this broad consultation, these realities, these two cities in the most affected region, they were able to, reverse the pattern. For example, let's take Rome. Let me give you the example of Rome. Rome could, in fact, reverse the trend and reach that level without so much effort. You would say that Rome is too big. Well, let's mention Genoa or Palermo. They are smaller cities. It could be possible. If Benevento and Salerno can do this, then in such a difficult region, then I'm sure bigger cities can do this as well. I'm sure we can achieve a better qualitative level of waste disposal, at least above the average. Unfortunately, what is blocking us is a lack of courage, lack of bold choices on the part of our managers, public managers, and this is the problem, the big problem. We've been carrying out many sector-specific studies, and what emerged is that data reveal that when it comes to reversing an environmental or social trend, what is, the main limitation, the main economic limitation, is not as important as a lack of courage. Our administrators are not bold enough to reverse the trend. Despite the scarcity of resources, they don't have the courage to reverse a trend and to change the situation, starting from grassroots movements. Another constructive example in the area of mobility, let's say that Italy is the country of cars. We have approximately 65 cars for each 100 inhabitants, and this is absolutely stunning as opposed to other European cities. But despite that, our cities are not Los Angeles, so we don't have such huge spaces that can be devoted to parking spaces. We don't have 12 lanes, streets and roads that can accommodate such a great number of cars. But despite this, we still buy cars in our country, and this is something which has to do with policy, with strategy, with policy guidelines. Our economic authorities are still rewarding, road transport by car and by truck. So we're not changing the situation. In other countries, they made a totally different choice. They decided to reward cycling in urban and in between urban areas, and they also decided to reward rail transport, thereby decreasing pollution level, so as to have a positive effect on the level of urban pollution, the air pollution. In our country, one of the biggest emergencies that have to do with urban mobility is pollution due to traffic, so smog. CO2 emissions and, the ozone layer. These determinants are the most important pollutants in our country, in Milano, in Padua, in Verona, and in Mestre, in Venezia. These cities cannot get out of an emergency that has been ongoing for years now, despite the fact that it is now widely recognized that these pollutants have a huge impact on economic resources. That is to say, it is taxpayers who pay for this pollution. And, this is a tax, a levy that we are obliged to pay because our administrators are not bold enough to change the situation. Now, our country does have virtuous examples, good, success stories. One of these is Bolzano. Yeah, you will tell me, Bolzano is not Rome, Bolzano is not Naples, but still in Bolzano, 30% of mobility is bicycles. 30% of people go to work by bike. You will tell me that this is not Rome, this is not Naples, okay, but Bolzano is not the only success story. We have Foggia, yes, might be odd, but this is the case, and the same can be said for Milano and Genoa. They have alternative modes of transport, alternatives to cars. Alternatives to car are over 40%, especially in terms of cycling choices. Now, before wrapping up, let's talk about Rome. Rome has a huge area of cycling lanes, and Rome has a huge amount of green areas, which is key for our well-being in our city. There are studies ongoing, there are projects ongoing that have been promoted by associations, and they demonstrate that if we interconnect, trunks of cycling lines which are still uncompleted, so if we link these cycling lines with the least used green areas, and if we link these to uncompleted areas, so within the framework of this cycling, if we carry out a linkage among urban areas and uncompleted cycling lanes, we could really bring about a comprehensive link that could allow us to overcome cars. Not to mention public transport. Our country, to mention public transport from the point of view of public transport, our average of take-up of public transport at the provincial level our participation accounts for 7 or 8 journeys per inhabitant per month. So 7 journeys by public transport per inhabitant per month. And this was the same number that we had 20 years ago. At the time, I mean, we have the same situation as opposed to 20 years ago. We have not progressed in this respect. I mean, the take-up rate of public transport is unsatisfactory. The situation in terms of public transport has not changed as opposed to 20 years ago. And, the targets in this respect are far from being achieved, unlike Berlin and Copenhagen. In these northern European cities, you can choose not to have a car and to go by bike or to use public transport. I mean, we don't have such a choice, and this has nothing to do with the climate conditions. If they can do this in Copenhagen, if they can use bicycles in Copenhagen, I'm sure they can do that in Naples and in Rome as well. So we don't have a choice here in Italy. To conclude, I would like to say that choices of policymakers are key. They have to be bold enough. The policymakers in our urban realities are a pivotal role. Now, besides the allocation of resources, which are a limitation, I mean, they have to have a will. If there's a will, there's a way. They have to be bold enough to make courageous choices. They have to connect uncompleted cycling lines with uncompleted urban areas, and I'm sure this within the reach of many budgets of European cities. We are not brave enough to do that. We're not brave enough to provide an alternative to the citizens of our main urban realities in Italy. If we don't do this, irrespective of the stakeholders that present this data, I mean, our data will not improve, and that will tell you all the same story year after year, and that will tell us that we don't have the courage, we're not brave enough to change the situation.
Grazie. Gli interventi li facciamo su.
Thank you. Yes, we will have an open debate after the last presentation. Thank you, Mirko, for taking us around Italian cities and the bad practices and few best practices adopted in such cities, and for having discussed an issue that is essential in connection to well-being, which is that of environmental sustainability, and commenting on the problem of air pollution, public transport, private transport, and mobility in the urban space. And thank you for emphasizing the importance of the initiatives promoted by civil society, also on the basis of surveys based on data and statistics produced by civil society itself, how all these initiatives should be reflected in institutional initiatives and in political decisions that go in the direction of sustainability. On this topic, we should listen to what Giulio Marcon has to say. Giulio Marcon is an MP and he is a member of the Budget Commission of the Italian Lower House. He is an expert in the area of civil society. He was the speaker of the spokesperson of the Sbilanciamoci campaign for many years. As an MP, he submitted a bill in the Italian Parliament just a few weeks ago, a bill on how to introduce well-being indicators in public policies at the legislation level, and the way that we can use indicators to improve public policies, particularly on provisions that have to do with the state's budget, but also to other legislation in the area of public spending, according to the decisions taken by the government and the parliament. This is a new topic for the Italian parliament. I have been a member of the Parliamentary Commission on Budget for the past 2 years, and I participated to the discussion on the publication of the document on the economic and financial strategy of our country. And for the second year, the BES index and well-being indicators are mentioned in the document. Now, the document is a very long document, and you will find the BES being quoted at page 472 and 73. It's a focus that is part of this document, in which the experience of the BES index is summarized with particular reference to the domains identified by the BES index between 2010 and 2014. It is important that the BES index is mentioned in the document, in the economic and financial document of Italy. It is, of course, not just mentioned just for the sake of quoting it, but it is really reflecting the fact that there is an awareness of the importance of the work done in this area. Somehow also to sort of make a little makeup for what concerns the part of the document which is entitled National Program of Reform. So that's the section of the document in which the structural reforms at the national level are presented. So it is a result, but there is a lot more work to do. Of course, it is important that the BES is quoted in the document. So, of course, this highlights an increase of awareness by the drafters of the document. But we still have a very, very long way to go, because well-being indicators are not yet a tool that is used in the definition of the public policies of our country, meaning in the development, implementation and evaluation of our public policies. We believe that well-being indicators are not a theoretical exercise, but that this is an essential tool for the development of public policies, and so we believe that it is essential to overcome this limit, that is the fact that these indicators are not considered in the development of public policies. In the economic and financial document, there are also 15 pages. Just consider that in total this document is 758 pages long, but there are a good 15 pages dedicated to the Europe 2020 strategy. This, as you all know, is a strategy that defines a number of objectives for European member states in the area of education, renewable energies, and so on and so forth. And some indicators are somehow part of this strategy in defining the objectives, the specific objectives, country by country. For what concerns Italy, apart from renewable energies, for what concerns all the other objectives, we are tragically behind schedule and lagging behind. The objective of Europe 2020 is a 3% investment of GDP for research and innovation. In our country, the objective will be 1.53%, and that is defined in the financial and economic document as an objective. Europe 2020 again says that the objective of less than 10% dropout school rate, our government in the economic and financial document says that the objective for our country will be 16%. Another example, 40% of graduates by 2020. For what concerns Italy, the target at the moment is 26-27%. So if we look at the Europe 2020 objectives, we can see that unfortunately our country on a number of axes that are essential for our country to be competitive and to achieve economic growth, well then we are lagging behind on a significant number of areas. Now, in light of this situation, 53 members of parliament drafted a bill, 53 members of parliament belonging to all political forces, and for example, there is also the chairman of the Budget Commission, among them the deputy president of the lower house. So there is, among these 53 MPs, there are also a number of important, at the institutional level, important positions. And so we drafted this bill that we entitled Provisions on the Use of Well-Being Indicators in Public Policies. So the bill does not concern how well-being indicators are developed, but how to use well-being indicators in the sphere of public policy. And in our bill, we look at the indicators produced by ISTAT, the National Statistics Institute, and CNEL, the National Research Institute, as the indicators that should be used. So we make reference to the international literature in this area, and for what concerns in general, and for what concerns Italy, we specifically refer to the set of indicators that were developed, that have been developed, and are periodically updated by ISTAT and CNEL. So we're making a very clear choice for what concerns which indicators are to be used. We are very precise in identifying them. And in our bill, in the introduction to the bill, we mention all the experiences carried out by civil society organizations, by Sbilanciamoci, Lega Ambiente, Symbol, and other initiatives of the civil society that were pioneers in this sphere. We do so because in our bill, we basically try to say two things. Number one, that this process needs public attention. And number two, that citizens and the civil society must be directly engaged in the development process. This has been the case in the case of the initiatives of civil society, but it's an aspect, the engagement, the direct involvement of citizens, it's an aspect that it's emphasized in all initiatives in this field at the international level as well, because without this participation, it is impossible to reach a shared definition of well-being. The bill is organized in, articulated in 6 articles. The first one speaks of the use of well-being indicators in public policies, and it explicitly says that national and regional provisions must use on a daily basis such indicators to evaluate ex ante and ex post the impact. So this means that the indicators must not only be used during when public policies are developed, but also when public policies are evaluated. because, and this is something that in Italy is not done enough, evaluation of the results of policies, and the indicators are essential to evaluate such results. In this article as well, we make explicit reference to the BES index, and Article 2 is entitled the use of BES in the production of legislation. The measurement of the Fair and Sustainable Development Index must be used in the national program of reform included in the economic and financial document, so the document I was speaking about earlier. And then we also say in the article that the indicators are to be used in the technical report of the Budget Act that is approved every year in the autumn in Italy by the Parliament. So the Budget Act and the Stability Act, according to our proposal, must use in a structural manner well-being indicators to measure and evaluate the impact of measures on well-being. Now, well-being is also usually the well-being index is every year presented in one venue of either the Senate of the Parliament. What we say here in the bill is that every year session with both the lower and upper house, with both the Senate and the Parliament, should be organized to discuss the results, the measurement of the BES index. So not just a public presentation in which the results and the indicator is presented to the press, but actually a combined session of all members of the Senate and Parliament to discuss the results of the BES index. Then we say that we need a technical report in which we can measure through well-being indicators the impact of the measures that are proposals. And we also propose in Article 3.2 that we need to have a specific office of the Parliament, that is the Parliamentary Office on Budget. This is a new office that was recently created. It's an independent parliamentary office with respect to the government, and which analyzes on an independent manner the results of the economic and financial document, the figures, the numbers that are contained in the economic and financial document. We propose that this office is directly involved in the implementation of the objectives set by this bill. In Article 4, we instead speak of the issue of environmental accounting. This issue has been discussed also in the past at the institutional level, but we never reached the decision-making stage. What we propose is that specific indicators are used to produce on a yearly basis an environmental budget. So we need specific indicators that to be integrated in the evaluation of the impact of public policies through an integrated system of environmental accounting. This, of course, in order to define which public spending measures are needed in order for ecological reconversion to proceed. Then we also speak of what we call the gender budget. This is new, it's a novelty for Italy, and that's proposed in Article 5. in which we say that in the national reform program, gender budget must be introduced, identifying precise measures in order to overcome inequalities between men and women and improve the balance, the work-life balance. And so, using a gender budget as a tool to measure the impact of public policies from a gender perspective. The last article of the bill, Article 6, concerns the Europe 2020 strategy. And this has to do with a wider political problem. When we discuss of the financial and economic document and of the Stability Act, we pay a lot of attention to sticking to the EU parameters. There are rules that we are de facto obliged to follow within the European Union for what concerns our budget. This is the result of the contents of the Maastricht Treaty and then of further measures introduced in the course of time. For what concerns those EU constraints, there's nothing to say. We all have to stick to those constraints. What concerns Europe 2020, some very clear objectives are defined by saying by the year 2020 you must reach this and that objective in the area of education, in the area of development, etc. But these are not; they do not have a constraining effect. It is basically an invitation, the achievement of such objectives. On this problem, what we say is that the objectives set by Italian government and defined in the economic and document, those objectives have a binding effect, meaning that specific measures and specific finances must be made available in order for the Europe 2020 objectives to be reached. Because, of course, you cannot say that you wish to reach a certain objective if you do not make available enough financial resources. You will never succeed. So that's the contents of the last article. This is in general the bill that we have just submitted to the Parliament. We will soon organize a public initiative with the President of ISTET and the President of CNEL to discuss this bipartisan legislative initiative. And we hope so that this bill will be prioritized in the framework of parliamentary discussions so that we can introduce a more binding use of well-being indicators in the sphere of public policies. Now, I do not wish to be too naive because we all know what are the limits and constraints that we have to stick to in the sphere of public spending, but we are trying to do all we can to raise awareness on the importance of putting these indicators to use. 15 years ago, a conference like today's one would have been inconceivable. 10 years ago, well-being indicators being even just mentioned in the official national document on public spending, that would have been a utopia. But nowadays, we're in a situation in which, for the first time in Italy, we have an official bill that has been submitted in the Parliament. Whether we succeed at the legislation level will also depend on the capacity of civil society to make pressure on the government and the Parliament for this legislation to be adopted. So I really hope that the work that you're doing at the national and international level will continue because we in the parliament, one can feel that civil society is pressing in this direction, and this is a very useful contribution. It's essential because well-being indicators are extremely important in determining what will be the way out of the current crisis. If we use at best well-being indicators, we can identify a different way out of the crisis with respect to the way that we have entered the crisis. In the past, in recent years, I believe that we have taken the wrong direction. And if we can manage to change course and find alternative ways out of the crisis, focusing on environmental, social sustainability, focusing on rights, I think we will do something very important for Europe and for the world as a whole. Thank you.
Bene, grazie Giulio.
Thank you, Giulio, and good luck with your bill. Let's see where it ends up. And I personally support the premises underlying this bill, and I do hope it will be passed and transposed into effective law. Giulio's speech threw a light on the fact that the challenge posed by overcoming GDP and using new indicators for well-being aspects, well, everyone has to make its own part in trying to face this challenge and to respond to the claims and needs by civil society organizations so that they can provide significant skills and knowledge so that their voices can be heard at an institutional level. We've concluded the first round of keynote speeches. We have for the 20 minutes to open up the debate with the audience. So if there are any questions or remarks or points to be raised with respect to one or more of our keynote speakers, we will provide you with a microphone. Yes, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Let's try to be short so that we can provide everyone with the sufficient time to expose its views. Yeah, just a couple of words. Have nothing to do with statistics. Mirko mentioned mobility, etc. And you said many things would entail a zero cost, but talking about zero cost in Rome is naive, to say the least, because creativity of our Roman administrators does not allow for a zero cost operation. Everything has a huge cost here in Rome, including things that are supposed to be provided for free. Let's start with the underground stations. We would ask Kate, what is the situation in London in respect to the tube in London? Is there any reason why the underground in Italy is so flawed? I can say I have an older person, and I have to say that the increase in the use of car is also due to the booming of the Fiat enterprise many years ago. So we really need to strike a balance. And there's something more to this that meets the eye. We used to have such a thing as a citizen education. What is citizen education? I mean, economic development in our country is miserable and provincial because it is reduced to a set of status symbols that have nothing to do with the wonderful things of surfing the net. I mean, IT development means having 100 of cell phones. IT development here means using Facebook and Twitter and other useless things in most of the cases. So we don't have a precise idea of what IT development is. We don't have a breaking ground in this respect. And I don't care about our politicians, but I have to say that it is them who are to blame. They're not bold enough to bring about change. I would like to raise a number of points, and then I have a question for Giulio Marcon. You mentioned, as a premise, as a background, the fact that this country experiences a detachment between civil society advancement and the choices of policymakers, so civil society instances and policymakers' choices. The fact that the BES is quoted and taken into account in legislation making is already a very good result. The fact that this BES indicator is taken into account, including in budget documents, is of the utmost importance. So my question is, beyond this BES element, which is key, what are other factors or elements that we have, that you have as an MP? So what are the tools that you have as an MP in order to tackle the latest political choices made by the government? I'm talking of all legislative proposals tabled by the government. There are some political choices that have already been transposed into reality. This is to say that in this historical moment, we tend to think that this is a good time for change. A good time for politics and policies to take into account alternative issues, these issues that are key, that are pivotal for well-being. I mean, we're discussing them today, but they've been around for 50 years. But thank you for your question. I'm Scaglioni from Richmond University and Sapienza. I have two questions. Number one, the government has invested hugely on basic needs, basic level needs, and so my question is, what is the relationship between your bill on BES and essential needs, bisogni standard? I mean, we're lagging behind in this respect. I'm referring to the essential levels of services. So what is the relationship between your bill and these essential levels of service provision? My second question is, can we propose to the budget office to use BES indicators? I mean, is this proposal already been carried out? Have you already proposed to Professor Pissarro to avail himself of BES indicators or not? Yeah, we have other questions from the audience. Let's see if we have time enough for everyone. The unfair income distribution is unquestionable at the world level. My question is this unequal income distribution taken into account by the OECD in its research activities? So how the OECD and ISTAT take into account these inequalities in income distribution? Does this have spillover effects on well-being? So, my question is, OECD, ISTAT, and other public authorities, did they take into account the use of BES indicators and other well-being indicators in order to overcome income inequalities? Because to me, income inequalities are key to solve the situation. So, do you take them into account or not?
stimolanti tutti gli interventi.
I mean, all speeches were very, very interesting and stimulating, but Mirko's speech was very, I mean, it struck me, because I realized how important it is, and we talk of life, quality of life, how important it is to talk of small things that are in fact huge things in our everyday life. Mirko, you mentioned metropolitan cities, including Rome, which is my own city. There are initiatives in the pipeline, including the one on connecting uncompleted tracks of cycling lines. The important thing is not their creation, but their maintenance in the long term. So we need to develop a citizen awareness. We need to make them understand that setting up things is not enough. We need to maintain and to preserve common goods in the long term. This is a common responsibility. I'm talking about cycling lines, urban green. I mean, these are small things, but at the same time, huge things that can change the world. Thank you, Donatella. Then Andrea Borrus, and then let's wrap up. Yes. I invite you to be short, because otherwise there's no time for answers by our keynote speakers. My question is a yes or no answer. The data you gather for course index, can this data be reused? Do you have an open data licensing mechanism or not? Yes. Last question. Hi. Out of a methodological curiosity as a statistician, so maybe Dr. Scrivens is the most able to respond to my question. So now within the dimensions that have been chosen for the Better Life Index, each dimension is underpinned by individual indicators. My question is there an internal correlation? Are they measured in a single dimension? How you test this hypothesis of correlating the different internal linkages? I would start with Kate, maybe. So if I'm not mistaken, two questions were raised in respect to her. The first has to do with income distribution, and the second one has to do with the methodology underpinning indicators for the well-being index, for the Better Life Index. Sorry.
Thank you. I'll be quick. First of all, I'm neither a doctor nor a statistician. First of all, just so that's clear. If you're interested, I can send you some papers on the methodology. I think your question was about the indicators chosen for each dimension and the internal correlation between those indicators. There was a balance, because on the one hand, we don't want indicators that are completely correlated, because then those indicators are redundant. But we did do a lot of testing to make sure that in terms of the validity of those measures, they were responding the way that we'd expect them to. So they're not entirely correlated. We want to make sure that the indicators are measuring quite distinct aspects of the same dimension. And again, I just want to kind of stress that our framework and our How is Life approach, it's a useful starting point, but it's imperfect, because reducing these dimensions even to 2 or 3 indicators is an impossible task in itself. And in a way, what we're really trying to do, we do think that it can give a useful snapshot of these different dimensions in countries, but what we're really trying to do is start a conversation and get policymakers interested in these dimensions and show that it's not a question of GDP first and everything else second. We have to look across all of these dimensions equally. So that might not be a satisfactory question to your reply. Please email me and I can send you lots of papers about our specific methodology, but that was the general approach. And quickly about inequalities. Inequalities is at the heart of this approach. In the past, the work we've done on comparing outcomes across countries is always focused on aggregates. And one thing that's been clear, the crisis has shown this, all the discussions about living standards as well, how people are seeing this disconnect between, since the crisis not so much, but rising GDP levels and just rising living costs and people not seeing economic growth translating into an improvement in their own personal situation is key. The question was specifically about income inequality. So again, the important thing is to look at inequality across all of the dimensions. And of course, one thing that we want to see is how income inequality is also matched by accumulations of disadvantage across other dimensions. So it's simply not fair, and it's not an acceptable situation when you see that people who are in the lowest income groups, not only are they suffering from poverty and disadvantage in their material conditions, but when they have life expectancies that can sometimes be 6 or 7 years less in the same country is unacceptable. And so the first issue about inequalities is looking at how income inequality is also linked to other forms of inequalities across the dimensions. And secondly, independently of income, there are inequalities on other levels that may not be affected by income, but are nonetheless important. So, for example, in the area of social connections, you may be wealthy, but you may be suffering and lonely and even suicidal because you're elderly and you don't have strong social connections. And so we need to look at the accumulation of disadvantage across dimensions, but also how inequalities can exist in other dimensions. And finally, this has been mainstreamed into the OECD approach, and there's a project that I didn't talk about today, which is called Inclusive Growth, and it's about completely changing the way that we approach growth, because we're talking today about going beyond GDP. Obviously, GDP is still an important policy goal for countries, but it can't just be about this unmitigated pursuit of growth. We need to look at a more inclusive, so a growth that is more equitable and a more sustainable form of growth.
Grazie Kate. Rapidissimamente Mirko.
Short, very, very short answer, Mirko. Yeah, all of us who are here today, and my answer to both question is the same. We, as Lega Ambiente, I would like to provide you with an answer based on my professional experience. Number one, all of us here, in our different capacities, we represent a small share of people who ask themselves, how can we live differently? How we can live sustainably? And what are the choices we have to make in order to promote this sustainable well-being and living? Unfortunately, the scarce quality of our politicians has an impact on our choices. But I would not dwell into judgmental attitudes in respect to our politicians. I would not make any comments on our politicians, etc. But I have to say that these politicians represent and reflect their respective voters. So, we can change colors, but this is the truth. We voted our political class. Our political class is the exact reflection of those who voted for them. So I'm sure there's a cultural problem to be tackled. We have to protect the good things that this country has. One good example is this. For example, in New York, if they find a stone dating back to 1902, they build a museum around it and they make money out of it. Unlike Rome. In Rome, on the other hand, we have a whole wealth of archaeological sites and cultural sites, and we're not even able to protect them. We destroy them. We destroy these sites day by day. This is the maximum we can do. So I don't know what to say. It's true. We would need more resources. We would need a long-term maintenance of what is achieved at the zero cost. And yes, this is a cultural problem. This is something that has to do with all citizens. We have to be less selfish. We have to look out of the window and we have to look at what's happening outside our beautiful apartments. And we as an association, together with other stakeholders, including Sbilanciamoci, we are raising awareness. We are carrying out a civil resistance through our studies, through commenting realities and emergencies that we face. For example, the transatlantic trade and partnership with the US. Of course, there are other emergencies that have to do with the extremization of an emergency which has been business as usual for 20 years now, including the tragedy of the shipwreck of boat of migrants. This is part of this general picture. We have to reverse the trend. We have to pursue a paradigm shift. We have to be less selfish. We have to look beyond our small little garden. Otherwise, we will never succeed in having a political class which is able to look in a far-sighted manner. As Scriven's speech mentioned, that from 2012 to 2014, the priorities of those who were interviewed for the study, the priorities have changed. You know, what used to be the more important ones, like health and opportunities, if I'm not mistaken, while cultural and environment, they went backwards instead of forwards. And this is a bad sign, and this does not concern us alone. This has to do with Europe as a whole. These countries are going backwards in terms of cultural stance. I wish I had an answer, but I don't. I hope, thanks to data and statistics, I hope that we can continue with our activities. Without our awareness-raising exercise, there will be no alternative possible. Thank you, Mirko. Giulio, please try to be sharp.
Well, yes, my presentation was quite neutral. I tried to leave my political views aside in presenting the bill, but of course, if I have to give a political comment, well, then my view is that, for example, if we're speaking of the labor measures taken by this government, they do not go in the direction of greater well-being. Same goes for what concerns the government measures on infrastructural projects in Italy. If I read the economic and financial document on the point of education, what they say, the objectives set in the document have no impact on well-being. If you are reducing educational spending in a situation in which you should increase it, well then I believe you are not taking decisions that are going in the direction of a further well-being. But that's, of course, something that's the object of a political debate, and perhaps that's not the arena to engage in that debate. For what concerns inequalities, well, the fourth domain of the BES index on is economic well-being. Number two, the index of income inequality. And number three, the risk of the relative risk of poverty. So for us, of course, those are essential aspects. This for the question on income levels and income distribution. For what concerns the question on standard needs, well, that's an essential point. Is not that we have not taken that into consideration, not because we do not think that it's important, but because in terms of the way we implement this legislation, then of course at the implementation level this aspect should be taken into consideration as much as in general when we're speaking of public spending. And when Istat has to evaluate the single indicators, then these aspects need to be considered. For what considers the role of the parliamentary office, we do not intend that office to replace or supersede Istat. The role of the National Statistics Institute is essential. The point is to act as an intermediate actor between Istat, CNEL and decision makers and political decision makers. And in order to ensure that these new tools are implemented. Now, of course, at the official level, this bill is still not yet law, and so it's not yet officially implemented. Now, of course, for what concerns the availability of the office to play to guarantee this function that we're proposing in the bill, we have had a dialogue with the office. They would be available. Then, of course, this only will happen in the case that the bill is turned into law, and in that case they would do a certain they would start working on well-being indicators, but of course our contacts have been informal ones because we will have to wait a few months before this all becomes a reality. Yes, thanks Andrea for your question. I really care about the issue. This conference also intends to somehow make it possible for the civil society organizations that produce indexes to acquire new tools to make this data immediately understandable and readable for society. What concerns QARS, in 2011 was the last time we published a report, and personally at the time I was yet not in contact with the open data community, so all we did was that we included an annex in which we attached the data set to the report. Then in the course of time, of course, many students and people contacted us asking us for the data, and we decided to send Excel files to anyone who asked to have them. Now for this year, of course, all the data are being made available. And then for what concerns other indexes or indicators, the complete data set was published, but only on a PDF version. Thank you, Chiara. We took just an extra 5 minutes with respect to what was said in the schedule, so not too bad. We will now take a break for lunch, and please be punctual. We will meet back here at 2:15 for the next session, and thank you so much to our this morning's keynote speakers.
Allora.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Let's resume today's conference with our evening session that will be concluded by 4:30 p.m. This session is entitled Citizen Participation, Open Data and New Technologies, Statistic Information at the Time of Data Revolution. I will not dwell any further on issues that will be tackled by our keynote speakers, and I would give the floor to Chiara Ciocciola. She's an expert in data journalism and citizen media, and she's director of a review on citizen participation through open data and new technologies. Chiara, among other things, is one of the activists of Moniton. This is a citizen monitoring platform also based on open data through projects that are funded in Italy through cohesion policies. So Chiara will be opening this evening session with a speech entitled Citizen Monitoring and Open Data. What are them and why they should matter to us? I would like to reiterate that you have 20-25 minutes for each keynote speech, and then we will have an open debate with the audience. So thank you for your attention, and now Chiara, you have the floor. Good evening, everyone. I have the difficult task to open this evening session, and I will talk you about Moniton. As Duccio said, Moniton is a citizen monitoring exercise based on open data, which was published on Open Cohesion Portal. We've been talking about civil society producing data. However, sometimes data are not produced out of the blue, but they are based on already existing data which are published by public administrations, and this is the case for Open Cohesion and Moniton, Open Coesione and Moniton. This initiative was launched thanks to the availability of data and information that were officially and openly published by public administration. The word Moniton derives from the mixing of two words, that is to say monitoring and marathon. So this is a marathon of citizen monitoring starting from open data from Open Cohesion. So in order to fully understand our starting point, and just very briefly I will tell you a couple of words on Open Cohesion. This is a broader transparency initiative by public administrations, whereby all administration data are published, including funded, allocated through cohesion policies. So both structural funds of the European Union and national funds, that is to say, they are co-financed under the cohesion funds and other EU funds. The portal is this one. So you can see it live, as you can see, and the homepage provides a general framework of the funds that have been allocated, the funds that are being monitored, and the number of projects that are monitored. But it also provides a series of detailed information both on territories and individual projects. So, for example, let's put Bari, for example, as a city. It gives you an overview of all funds that have been spent and allocated within these municipalities, the themes for which they are allocated, and if you go to the list of projects, you will have detailed information of every single project that received funding. So all citizens can look up for their own cities and see what are the projects that are co-funded by EU structural funds and others. If you click on individual project, you have further information, detailed information concerning the project sheet and it contains a great wealth of information on financing, status of payments, and the projects that are participating in the implementation of the project. This is not the only way to browse the Open Cohesion portal. You can also browse in a different way. You can browse by territory, or you can browse by themes or issues or nature of investment. Furthermore, the most significant aspect of this portal is that this data can be downloaded in an open data format, and they can be reused. So what did we do with Moniton? Based on this availability of open data, if you download open data that we had available, open data are data that are available online in a non-proprietary format, so they can be freely used according to different licenses for use that have to be specified by publishers of such data. So we created a further platform where you can add further information on the same data. So, as we've already mentioned, such information can be quality information in terms of, citizens' involvement, and information can be added. I mean, information that are not gathered by public administration's data. So this is to sum up the different steps of a monitoring exercise. So we choose a project, we select a project on Open Coesione. So based on data available, we can have a great wealth of information. We can track the institutional sources, the different institutions involved in a more straightforward way, as opposed to a general and more ordinary query. Then we become familiar with financing ways, and we can have an on-site visit with our smartphones and our photo machines with information. I mean, of course, we have to have a general picture beforehand in order to ask for additional information. And then we draft a report on moniton.it, and I'll show you moniton.it briefly. And then we share what we've been monitoring through a report. Both with the press, we share this information both with the press and the administrations. Now, these green bullets you see are all the exercises of citizen monitoring that have been carried out. Just by way of an example, let me show you the one concerning the cycling lane in Cagliari in the Sardinia region. Here, what matters is that data are gathered in a structured way. So, starting from the project code that you find on coesione.cup. So we gather information on project description, summary, opinion. We have new ideas, new proposals. What are the challenges that have been identified in implementing the project, as well as the impact of the project itself on citizenship at large. So, of course, we have interviews, videos, and other stuff in order to involve as many stakeholders as possible. So, from citizens using the service to public administrations that provide and funded that given service. So, monitoring types based on data available can be manifold. We can have a monitoring on a project that hasn't started yet. So we have a look at call for tenders in relation to that specific fund. We can have a monitoring of and we've already mentioned it. I mean, the ongoing monitoring, measuring the state of progress of a given project, also in the light of the timetables that have been given. And then we can have another monitoring exercise measuring the impact on the territory. Monitoring is not just a geolocation platform and information platform. This is also a handbook and a shared methodology on our portal. We published a kind of a handbook or guidelines so anyone can access the portal and follow the steps that have been suggested to carry out its own monitoring. We will shortly publish a kind of a toolkit, a small handbook for monitoring. We are still correcting the final version because we've just changed a bit the structure of the platform itself. This is also a tool to raise awareness among communities, and we can activate citizens' actions. We can involve and engage communities that are already interested and that already carry out monitoring activities, including activist groups, associations, all stakeholders that want to share information gathered. During the Open Data Day that takes place in February on the occasion of the International Open Data Day, we launch this marathon together with all associations that are interested in participating. Am I late? No. Okay. Last year, we had this day, and this year we want to launch this idea of a monitoring spring. We are carrying out a monitoring of 86 schools, a citizen monitoring exercise together with students. And we thought it might be useful to use monitoring outcomes in school in a collective marathon, including both students and other interested communities and stakeholders. So that's why we launched the monitoring marathon. I selected some examples, and if you want, we can share them with you. But the thing I wanted to focus on for my conclusions is the following. It is the administration itself that publishes monitoring data, and it takes on board feedback and report back to the committees in charge of program surveillance or oversight. Number two, there's another possible scenario. The administration of an individual program communicates more information on projects and uses the feedback for the ongoing monitoring. There's also another case, and this has already happened. There are a group of citizens that actually carry out the monitoring marathon and establish a continuing cooperation with the beneficiary administration. So that is to say, an administration receiving funds. This is the case for the Egyptian Museum in Turin. This has been recently restored. And there's a group of monitoring activists or stakeholders in Turin who actually decided to report some of the flaws in the restoration process, and as a consequence, some of the measures and ways to restore this museum were already suggested by citizens themselves. Then there's a fourth scenario. That is to say, a reinforcement of the one-stop shops for citizens or public web portals, citizen network. We can enhance these networks and instances through a bi-directional communication. So I am keen on listening to your conclusions and your ideas on possible scenarios concerning, administrations taking on board this precious feedback. So I would stop here, and I'm looking forward to your suggestions. So thank you for your attention, and I'm done. Thank you.
Non ho capito la domanda. Di qua? I I programmi sono...
So the programs are EFC, the Development and Cohesion Fund, and then two national funds, and then you will find a full list of all the PON and POR, PON and PORs for each fund.
Allora, grazie Chiara per la tua...
Thank you, Chiara, for your presentation and for telling us about the essential role played by Monitor in the qualification and integration of information coming from official sources, and together with the possibility of providing detailed data and a methodology, and of establishing a connection between this type of work and citizen communities that are active at the local level and who care about the way that funds are used in their areas. It is not simply a matter of transparency, but as Chiara emphasized, it's about a new way to build up communities in an intelligent manner and using at best the possibilities that new technologies allow. I spoke about active citizens, and so I will leave the floor to Tina Napoli from Cittadinanza Attiva, Active Citizenship, and she will speak of the role of active citizens in the promotion of public services of high quality. And this is essential, particularly with respect to the economic crisis and the cuts to public spending that are ongoing and have been ongoing. Tina Napoli is part of the steering committee of Cittadinanza Attiva, and she is one of the authors of the annual report on the quality of services published by Active Citizenship. For what concerns Active Citizenship, it's a movement of civic participation for the promotion and protection of rights. It was funded in 1978, and in Italy it counts 21 regional branches and more than 200 local branches, and it's an organization which exists at the international level, so also in other countries. And Tina in particular has been focusing on the quality of services such as healthcare, education, and so on and so forth.
Grazie mille.
Thank you for the invitation and for introducing me in such a nice manner. Just let me add a few words on active citizenship. As Duccio was saying, well, our mission, we are an association of consumers and not only of consumers, in the sense that we do not only focus on protecting the rights of citizens and consumers in the case in which a controversy arises, and that is what typically consumers organizations do in Italy. They protect consumers in the case of legal controversies. But beyond that, for what concerns us, our focus and our mission is on participation. So, and participation of citizens in public policies in particular, so that citizens can play an active role and change the real conditions of their communities. Just let me make a few examples of what I mean, because this is not an abstract mission. The issue of participation has been already covered by the colleague that just took the floor, and others will continue to discuss it. But for active citizenship, Participation has always been our main focus, because only through a well-structured participation within decision-making processes can we really achieve change. Until the year 2000, we did not have the legislative tools to use in order to demand for spaces of participation in the public sphere. In 2001, a constitutional reform was passed, which paved the way to a new notion of citizenship. Article 158 of the Constitution was modified, and it says the state, regions and provinces and municipalities promote the participation of citizens in the name of general interest and in full respect of the subsidiarity principle. So this is somehow a new role that the Constitution recognizes to the citizen as someone that is capable of defining what is the public interest and the common interest. Many law experts have been working on this legal definition, but from a conceptual point of view, this was a strategic step for the achievement of our mission in particular, because it was recognized in the Constitution that citizens can play an active role. But in order to have an impact on public policies and decision-making processes, the citizen needs two things. On the one hand, it needs to be educated, and it's education and training. Education and training is one of our main focuses, in fact. For example, for what concerns public services provided by local government at the local level. In order to discuss the details of how to organize public transport at a local level, we need for organizations and local committees to exist who have the expertise required in order to be able to read a service provision agreement, who have the tools to understand a memorandum of understanding, or what we call a service charter. And again, in the field of local public transport, in any city in Italy, you need to be familiar with the composition of the city in general, and to know which organizations and local committees are out there that can have a say on this topic. And this is something which is essential. We as an organization have 21 regional branches and about 250 local branches, and we organize training seminars on a daily basis. Because that's necessary in order to reach our objectives. Working in the field of education and training also means to develop what in English is called empowerment, to empower the final consumers. So not only to empower and to train in a proper manner the leaders or the experts who work in certain social organizations. Of course, you do need to have at a local level organizations that have a capacity to impact on local legislation, to develop position papers, strategic guidelines, etc. But on the other hand, you also need to develop, to promote activities aimed at final consumers, at end users, because they are our real focus. Just to make an example on this point, in the city of Rome a few days ago, we have signed a memorandum of understanding on local public services. This memorandum of understanding establishes the fact that users will evaluate the quality of services. It took us 7 years before we could sign a memorandum of understanding of this kind. And in the course of time, the pressure that civil society organizations have exercised through end users, through the citizens that use those services, that pressure was essential to achieve this objective. And the existence of well-informed citizens, of citizens who are not the passive victims of the decisions of public administration, the existence of this kind of citizen or this kind of consumers means that you have citizens who are capable of making choices. They can choose public transport or integrated transport or private transports. They can make this make this choice on the basis of his or her economic, financial situation, but also of other things such as environmental considerations. And all this in order to reach a more general aim. Still, on the topic of public transport, we have also signed a charter at national level in which we say that public transport needs to be effective and efficient, because that's the only way to reverse a trend where people tend to opt for private transport when they have to move around the city. So these aspects are our basic methodology in order to obtain the results that we aim for. Now, just to add a few words on this comma that was included in the Budget Act of 2007 and really became somehow a milestone for us. In that comma, it is clearly laid down that citizens can have a say in evaluating the effectiveness and the quality of public services through monitoring activities, which then need to have an impact when the service provision is renegotiated with the service providers. What this means is that, for example, in the case of how much the ticket costs for public transport at the local level, there you have an indicator in determining the price of the ticket. There is an indicator that is based on customer assessment. But since many years we have been asking for, but this parameter is established by the company that provides the transport service, whereas for years we have been saying that this evaluation should also be included when the evaluation is done by citizens. And even in the case of the municipality of Rome, okay, now we have signed a memorandum of understanding, and a working plan will will have to be drafted, because if a working plan to implement that memorandum of understanding isn't drafted, well then we will only have a symbolic memorandum of understanding that finds no real translation into practice. Of course, we are extremely satisfied of the result of having signed this memorandum with the municipality of Rome because of the importance of the city of Rome. And we do believe that it was a their choice, that the municipality of Rome proved to be very brave in deciding to sign this kind of agreement. But now, of course, we hope that they will really use it as an effective tool in the moment in which services, such as the services that are provided by the ATAC company for what concerns public transport in Rome, and AMA for what concerns waste management in Rome, they will soon have to be renegotiated, and hopefully the perspective of citizens will be considered in the moment this renegotiation happens. Now, how can we represent the point of view of citizens and users? Through what we call civic information, through the production of data. For us, that's another 50% of our daily work, producing data. Two examples on this. As a user and as an end users organization, we have a front office service in which we provide counseling to citizens on issues such as the quality of healthcare, education, and public services in general. When there is a situation in which citizens are going through an arbitrage process, but also in general. Now, every time we have a counseling session with consumers or citizens, we insert the results of that counseling session in a national database that we have been building up. And on the results of all this data, then we produce some reports, for example, a report on mobility or a report on healthcare, in which we summarize somehow that data, making it understandable for stakeholders in general, and also providing indications and guidelines on how to overcome certain issues. And all this we do on the basis of the data that is provided to us directly by the citizens. So, of course, from a statistical point of view, you can question the composition of that data, but the thing is that it is data directly coming from citizens. Then, at a later stage, we use that data to define what we call researches for activities of research and action, meaning that on the basis of that data we develop some models to measure the quality of a given service. So, for example, to evaluate whether the opening hours of a given service are adequate to the needs of citizens, or if they make that service inaccessible to citizens. So we have produced this evaluation grills, which we disseminated all over Italy, and then we gathered the results, and this in this way we produce the civic data, and this type of civic data is what we use whenever we have to negotiate with public administrations, with private companies, private service providers, or write a position paper. All the information we produced is the result of our territorial local networks where citizens are directly active, both at the level of the definition definition of indicators that have to be evaluated, but also at a level of promoting those indicators then at a local level. Now, I hope I haven't been too long, and I have provided I have provided useful information to you. Of course, I would be more than happy to answer any question you have. Thank you.
Grazie.
Thank you, Tina, for your speech that touched upon important issues, including participation and subsidiarity. And you also mentioned something that was already mentioned this morning, that is to say, the capacity of success stories in civil society to provide themselves with action tools, including embracing a larger alliance-seeking strategy. This is an option which is not an end in itself. It is in line with other tools, for example, the creation of a genuine coalition, the production of statistics, an advocacy role which is as much accountable and transparent as possible for the sake of sustainability. So, if Legambiente thought that we can have such a thing as a scientific environmentalism, we can have a scientific activism as well. Although data provided in this respect have no statistic relevance, there can be a common currency with which we can engage in a dialogue with institutions and citizens alike. So, thank you, Tina, for your presentation. And now I would give the floor to Vittorio Alvino. He will be introducing a speech entitled "Who Controls the Controller? Institutional Transparency as a Driver for Well-Being." So, Vittorio, thank you for being here. He is the chair of Open Polis, and he will be speaking about the initiatives that have been promoted within the framework of this Citizens Observatory on Politics and Institutions that has its roots in the open data movement, and it provides information on parliamentary activities, municipal activities, etc. So basically it provides the cornerstones of transparency and democratic participation for citizens availing themselves of this network and new technologies alike. So now I give the floor to Vittorio. Vittorio, you have the floor. Here I am. Thank you. Open Polis is a very small association if compared to Cittadinanza Attiva. We are a bunch of people. But of course, we've been focusing our activities on what we believe is the premise, the cornerstone of what we've been debating today. This is important for our country. Our premise, our cornerstone is transparency, access to data and basic information. Without such access, there can be no participation, nor can we control anyone at all. So how to control the controller? So who controls the controller? Well, the answer to this question is all of us. Either we have a widespread oversight on the activities of strong powers, both private and public ones, including those who control resources and financing sources. So either we have this widespread control and oversight, or there's no control or oversight at all. So from the very outset, we tried to focus on the need to gather public data on politics and institutions, both at a national level in a primary stage, and then at the higher level. Let me show you one first example we've been focusing on. we've been focusing on parliamentary data, both for the Chamber of Deputies and the Senate, and we created the Open Parlamento project that facilitates access to data on parliamentary activities, and it kind of translates the complex parliamentary machine into something which is more straightforward and understandable, something which is based on data, but which is nonetheless simplified, streamlined. That's why we developed an indicator called Parliamentary Productivity Index, so that we can evaluate the activities carried out by each MPs, both at the Chamber and the Senate. So in order to make these activities comparable, one of the flaws and problems and challenges that this country is faced with is the fact that the public debate is almost always made of conflicting opinions. Political debate is never based on evidence. This is a flaw. That's why it's important to have access to data and basic information. And this is especially true when it comes to the local level. Because why at the national level, if we want to develop such a project as an open Parlamento, we had essential data which were basically inaccessible or difficult to access to, because they could not be analyzed. So in order to realize our project, we had to invest in technology in order to extract this data and reuse them in a straightforward way. But at least, as I said, at a national level, we had data available. At the local level, on the other hand, and especially at the municipal level, data on political and administrative process, the counterparts of MPs and ministers at the local level, well, data on the local level are non-existent. Documents are public, they are accessible, but also through a special, let's say, portal online, but only for 15 days. So it is not sufficient for you to be a citizen of Rome, a student, or a resident in order to have access to this kind of a basket of information. I mean, it's not enough to have access to a law, for example. Being a taxpayer is not enough to have access to this data. In order to get familiar with the content of a municipal act, we have to demonstrate that we have a legitimate interest in this. We have to demonstrate that we have a specific interest underpinning our request to access that document, failing which municipal administration could in fact deny access to public and crucial documents. This is why we developed a project called Open Municipio, Open Municipality. And this is based on a complete capsizing of this notion, reverting this notion is our key aim. We did that in a practical way, but in only 2 municipalities. But this demonstrates that there's a real possibility to revert this flawed relationship between those who govern and those who are governed. And we can, in fact, reach free access and universal access to all activities and acts carried out by public administration. So Open Municipio is based on the assumption that all acts have to be available as soon as they come into force within the city council. So as soon as an act is submitted or tabled, it has to be available to citizens. So for the time being, we've only carried out this exercise in Udine and another municipality. But the important thing is that before the decision-making process is completed, citizens have to have access to acts that have been tabled within the city council. So acts are only available for 15, well, with the current system, acts are available for 15 days, but only after a decision is made. So we have to reverse the situation. That's why we created this open municipio platform, and in this way municipalities can disclose all information and data concerning activities and acts and motions that have been tabled and carried out within the City Council. So I'll show you something more about the stakeholders of this process. This is the homepage of this website of the Udine municipality. There's of course a short summary of main acts and activities, latest acts that have been tabled by politicians, and we also have statistics on activities by city councillors. We have information on councillors who rank best in terms of presence during votes, those who are most monitored, councillors who submitted the highest number of acts, etc. Then we have the latest acts and the latest key votes. Of course, there's an editorial committee that selects the acts to be presented on this portal. So this is kind of a summary of the most relevant issues that have been debated within the council. Now we have a page which is dedicated to politicians, and we make them accountable in terms of their presence at the vote, those who voted with the highest number of acts, and there's also a breakdown by gender, age range, etc. All city councillors here, this information can be, listed according to different criteria. For example, those who presented the highest number of rebel votes, that is to say, not in contrast with the group they belong to, or the councillor who are most monitored by citizens. In this case, this is the page related to a specific councillor, and you have personal details. And you also have detailed information on all relevant data concerning his or her activities. So absences or presences during votes, but also issues he or she is in charge with. And then here we have a detailed screenshot on the acts in which a specific councillor participated in. We also have a complete list of all acts that have been tabled by that specific councillor, what is the status in the approval process of the vote, whether it is being debated or approved or enacted. And then we also have a list of latest activities carried out by this councillor, because you see on top of every page of every single politician, on the right hand, there's this, to participate or register. If you click here, Entra, you can receive information on his or her own information, his or her own email, in order to receive more detailed information on a specific councillor. This helps activists to follow more closely the activities of politicians, individual politicians, but also on the more general activity on a specific issue, let's say gender balance, equal opportunity, etc. So we want to provide a tool for citizens and activists alike, so that they can have an idea of what is being debated and what is being tackled without having to go to the website each and every time. They can register to the portal and they can receive information on their web electronic mail. Here you have the procedure for the approval of an act, of a given piece of legislation. You can also monitor the specific piece of legislation, and you can receive on your email any updates or recent developments concerning the vote on that specific piece of legislation. There's also a page which is dedicated to a single vote. Every single vote can be monitored, and all data are available. this has to do with a single vote, for example, and it provides statistics on votes by different groups of the city council. And there are also detailed information on who voted for what and why. All council's activity is breakdown by themes or issues. So each issue has a tag, one or more tag, and so you can browse the activity of the city council through this thematic key. So there's a breakdown by themes. So if you are more interested in the environment or culture issues, for example, you can go on this page, for example, mobility in this specific case, and you can find all pieces of legislation that have been tabled, debated, or enacted on this issue. And you can receive further information on future activities concerning mobility in this specific case within the city council. So a kind of a pipeline. We can also decide to monitor individual issues. So the individual association, but also the media outlet interested in mobility, they can all be updated on activities on that specific issue in an automatic manner in their electronic mail. There's another project at the local level as well, and it has to do with budgets, municipal budgets. This is an issue which is extremely opaque and it lacks transparency, and this is even more technical and specific, if you like. Okay, so still 10 minutes to go. So I have 5 minutes on budgets and then my conclusions. So as I said, budgets are even more challenging in terms of accessibility and transparency and accountability for the layman. Because before this project I'm about to introduce to you, data were difficult to access to. They could not be used, either because the field is extremely technical in nature. But in Italy we have a competitive edge. That is to say, we have a central database that gathers data on budgets for all Italian municipalities over the last 20 years. And these data are gathered and organized based on the same classification. So they can be compared, and this is something incredible. That can be compared. And we can create benchmarks in this way. Well, we have such a condition in Italy, and this is an advantage, and this is statutory provision. This is provided for by the law. Unfortunately, this data cannot be accessed by laymen, because there are huge tables of data that cannot be understood, and they cannot be processed or reprocessed. So thanks to this Open Bilanci project, which was carried out thanks to a call for tender on open data by the Lazio region. So thanks to this project, we kind of extracted this data on budgets, both the forward estimate and the final budgets for all Italian municipalities. We have them in our database, and they are available to anyone in an open format, so anyone can download this data and use for any purpose whatsoever. Yeah, of course, apart from commercial purposes, of course. But this is a kind of a small revolution. And why is it so important? Well, dozens of research centers, university and individual researchers, both in Italy and in Europe and the US and Far East, they ask for this data, and of course they are available. They can freely download this data for research purposes. So this gives you an idea of how important it is. Also for the sake of scientific research, having this data available is pivotal. And the fact that the Ministry of the Interior should have done it before. I mean, you should have seen it coming. But having said that, in terms of citizenship, what we've been doing is trying to translate this data into something more straightforward and more accessible. I don't know if you can see it. Maybe there's too much light. Well, in this first slide, you have the composition of the budget. We divided the budget in revenue and expenditure, and the balls, the red balls you see, the green and red ones, they have to do with a budget item, both for the revenue side and the expenditure side. The smaller the bubble, the smaller the economic value. The color refers to the fact that that specific budget item lost or gained resources as opposed to preceding year. Now, on the side, you have all data on individual budget items, and through this simple visualization, you can have an idea of the financial choices made by a specific municipality. You know, the bottom items were those who lost money, and the ones at the top are the ones who actually gained momentum. You also have detailed information. In this case, this is the budget for the municipality of Naples. You can go into the details of single expenditure or revenue items. For each expenditure, you can see, for example, the expenditure spending for kindergartens and the trend of the same spending over 10 years. A comparison with respect to an average of municipalities with over 500,000 inhabitants. And we've also developed 10 indicators that provide you with an idea of how the budget was managed by a single municipality over the last 10 years. And what you can see here, a comparison. Besides the budget data for every municipality, you also have information on who were responsible for budget managing. For managing the budget. In this case, we have mayors who administered the municipality of Naples over the last 10 years. And what you can see is a comparison. Now, beyond historical analysis of an individual municipality for the last 10 years in terms of administrators, so it is possible to make a comparison of my municipality with another municipality with similar features, and we can understand whether there are differences or not. So confrontation comparison is key. A budget number is nothing if it cannot be compared. If we say, you know, 1 million or 1 billion has been allocated for kindergartens, well, this tells us nothing if we cannot compare this data with what has been spent, for example, in the previous year or by another municipality. So this is, you know, the cornerstone of Open Bilanci, comparison. And it is important to, to track back who was responsible for managing those budgets, over time. Now, beyond the different comparison of two municipalities, we can also draft rankings according to the single budget items for every single indicator. I can know, for example, in respect to spending for kindergartens, or revenue, fiscal revenues, for example, I can know which municipalities rank best and which municipalities are lagging behind in this ranking. So it is possible for me to draw a comparison to compare my situation with the other dimension that can be compared. Well, these rankings can be filtered according to individual regions or dimensions. So I can compare municipalities up to 500,000 inhabitants or more. All data we saw can be downloaded in an open format. But this is not enough in terms of citizen participation and citizen awareness. We are, thanks to Open Coesione as well, we are bringing about different ways to access data. If we are to simplify, there's a first step. That is to say, we open up the data and its access. Number two, we have to build tools and applications that make this data accessible and understandable, because data are by nature difficult to understand and captured by laymen. And we have to have the possibility to reuse this data and to make comparison. Here again, especially for what concerns budgets, of course, we are referring to small proportions of citizens who really have the tools to understand this difficult data. And there's something more. We can try to engage in a storytelling exercise. We can translate this data into a storytelling. And this is what we've been doing. Thanks to the Open Bilanci application, we are creating content and information based on this open data. So on a weekly basis, we publish and disclose articles, analysis, or opinions. They're based on one of the many views which are available on Open Bilanci. So based on these views, we provide opinions, we provide a digest of a specific issue. These views can be tweeted on Twitter, they can be posted on Facebook, and they become widespread. They become food for thought and an issue for debate. Of course, and this is key, because Italy is lacking this analysis exercise by media outlets. Media outlets are increasingly faced with scarce resources, and on this as well, we are witnessing a progressive decrease in the quality of products that have been offered by media outlets. Now, Open Bilanci and Open Parlamento, thanks to this mechanism, they are becoming something that is used by the same media outlets. Now, local bloggers or local newspapers, they access Open Bilanci, they use this data, and they provide summary reports, or they provide, clever opinions that can be put at the disposal of public opinion. What I would like to add is that for us, both in terms of local services and open cohesion, the other cornerstone is training besides transparency. Like in Open Coesione, and I said, we organize these schools, the education of open cohesion. We have a training on citizen and student empowerment. Well, by the same token, we would like to have a specific training on capacity building for the sake of transparency. So we want to provide training on accountability of local administrators. A further step forward would be a comparison of this budget data. So how resources are used, what are they earmarked for, and what are the resulting services that have been created as a result of these resources. And we want to integrate data on quality and amount of services that have provided. So we have kind of a comprehensive picture. I know the source of funding, I know how they are spent, and now I know what are the outcomes of this spending. So in terms of service quality, I can have several elements to express my own judgment, including based on budget data. Thank you for your attention.
grazie.
Well, thank you, Vittorio, for your contribution that has shed light on various important aspects, starting from what you said at the beginning of the presentation. That's to say that without transparency and real access to data, there is no real participation, meaning there is no real well-being. The initiative of open polis through open municipalities or open budgets is really an important initiative that should be enhanced, because open policies is playing an essential role of social intermediation. Open policies is a small initiative, but which is making available a vast amount of knowledge, of time, of cognitive and technological resources that are useful in order to translate, make understandable for the public data that otherwise are not understandable. Vittorio said data in themselves, data tend to push people away. And through the open policy methodology, it is possible to create visualizations that are immediately readable, and all other solutions in order for the data to be made truly accessible by the public. And this creates a virtuous circle, because in the moment in which, for example, it is possible for citizens to understand how municipalities spend their budgets, their financial resources, well, then people will be put in a position in which they can truly participate to the decisions which are taken at local level. And people need to be well informed in order to be able to truly participate, being fully aware of what the situation is. Moreover, the fact that new technologies make it possible to produce a real social information is another extremely valuable perspective. And to continue in this perspective, I will leave the floor to Andrea Barroso, who will talk to us about the use of seized assets seized to organize crime to improve the quality of living and the quality of life of local communities. Andrea Borruso is an expert in the environmental area. He is one of the authors of the guidelines on open data for the municipality of Matera, and he is here in his capacity of as a member of Confiscati Bene, which is a project that is gathering data on the way that assets that are seized to organize crime are used. So thank you for coming all the way from Palermo, Andrea. Hello, and I wish to thank you for inviting me, and this is not a formal, I'm not formally thanking you. I truly am pleased to be here. I also wish to thank the interpreters for supporting our conference. I also wish to say that to be speaking in the same session together with Vittorio, Chiara, and to a member of Active Citizenship, that's really an honor for me, because those are all experiences of excellence in the area of open data in order to promote a dialogue with citizens. Now, Duccio has already introduced me. I just wish to show you this map, because this morning, while I was surfing the internet to prepare for today's presentation, I found this map that it's called Another Mediterranean. Why am I showing this map? Well, this map, as you can see, I didn't rotate the map, but you can see that from the way that letters are displayed, that the map is intended to be visualized in this way, and this is a complete change in perspective. It makes it more clear how the people that have died in the sea in the last hours, they are really close to us, and they're really our victims, our casualties, our deaths. And this is to say that even when we're dealing with data, we really have to try and extract out of the data something that goes beyond mere figures. And so I was really interested about what Vittorio was saying. Now, this here you can find a definition of open data. And I wish to call your attention on the definition of open data. I think that this is one of the best definitions of open data, and I believe that people are not familiar enough with the definition. Data is open if there is no technological barrier that makes it difficult for us to access it. So the opposite with respect to what Vittorio's told us. In the case of the data that they had to reprocess for the Open Bilanci project. So no technological barriers, no limits to use, and a license on the data that says that I can use that data to do whatever I want. Whenever you find data around, there will be no license that clearly states the status of the data, and very often there will be technological barriers, so that's not open data. Now, let me tell you a little bit about the story of Confiscati Bene, of our project on assets seized to the mafia. It's a story of methodology and of good luck. About 5 years ago, they called me to make a civic monitoring activity on a project in the area of Pompeii, in relation in particular to the archaeological site of Pompeii, and they asked me to make a civic monitoring of the assets that had been seized to the mafia in the Pompeii area. On that occasion, that was the first occasion that I cooperated with Moniton. By now, I am very familiar with Moniton. I am a member of Moniton, but that was the first time that I got to know Moniton. We did the monitoring activity, and while I was monitoring the assets seized to the mafia, I found myself in this castle, a castle that had been seized to Raffaele Cutolo, to one of the bosses of the Camorra, one of the most evil members of the mafia in the history of Italy. And in this castle that had been seized, it seems that he used the castle to meet important people, including politicians. When the castle was about to be seized, he was already jailed, Cutolo, but he made sure that the castle was destroyed before the state put its hands on it. And so I found myself in that very peculiar experience of being physically in person inside that castle. And so that organizes a number of initiatives. This is an SOD meeting, an SOD gathering, during which we were doing what we call an hackathon, meaning an hackers marathon. An hacker does not need to be an IT expert, it's just a very creative person. And so I participated to that gathering, and someone told me, well, you did a civic monitoring on seized assets. Why don't we build up a dedicated tool in order to reach out civil society on the topic of seized assets? I wasn't initially that convinced of the proposal because we only had 2 data sets to use, and I wasn't that stimulated. And so I reformulated the idea, and I said, well, why don't we try and read the data that is available on the website of the National Agency for the Administration and Management of Seized Assets. That's the national agency that entirely responsible for managing the seized assets. So I thought, okay, let's use that data. But then I realized that we had a problem. The data was incomplete, it wasn't primary data, it wasn't updated data, and you couldn't reuse that data. Just consider that we're speaking of thousands of web pages, and through technology it's fairly easy to extract some useful information out of those thousands of pages. But if you are, let's say, a journalist and you're publishing an article on assets seized to the mafia in the Piedmont region and in the south, well, then you're going to have quite a serious technological barrier to be using that data. And now I will just open that website. I have to say that just this morning I realized that there was some novelty on that website. Starting from today, you can read that it says, when you open the page, statistical data, it says we are realigning the data with the data of the Ministry of Justice. I think that if this realignment takes place, that's great news, but I hope that this realignment will also mean that they will change the way that they publish the data. So now I cannot show you the way that they used to publish the data, because the great news of today is that starting from today, the data is at the moment not available. So anyway, we started to work, we put ourselves to work. We were a group of about 10 people, coming from different professions, different careers. I'm a geomatics engineer, then there was a journalist, and really a set of different professions. And we created the first version of the Confiscati Beni project. Confiscati Beni is a game of words in Italian. It means seized assets, but it also means seize yourself. It was a very creative title, and that proves too that in terms of making sort of the data more catchy, you can do better with respect to what the public administration was doing. And in this group of people, there was a graphic designer as well. And he said, well, I'm going to give you a hand, because if I don't help you, your data won't be sexy. And if data isn't sexy, no one is going to have an interest in them. So we wrote down a little text on what our aim was. We started inserting the first data in order to make it clear that we were speaking of thousands and thousands of properties and assets. And for example, you can click on the Campania region, then you have a filter for the municipalities. While I'm doing that, I can see that in Caserta we have 447 assets, and on the right I'm going to see the typology of assets, and I'm going to find out that land is that most assets seized in those areas as a typology, we're speaking of land. And we made an immediate list. on the number of seized assets organized by region, provinces and municipalities, so that people could surf through the different tables and get an immediate picture of the situation. And then we decided we wanted to make that data well accessible, include a license for all the data, include ISTA data in order to start measuring the impact of seized assets on local areas. And then, given that we are geeks, we wanted also to add a little section in which we made it clear that everyone could do a similar project to what we were doing. There was something that anyone could do. Data on seized assets are also the object of work by many other organizations, such as Libera, which is an important anti-mafia organization. But if you go on the various Libera blogs, you're going to find stories on seized assets, very moving and interesting stories on seized assets, for example, on a certain plot of land that belonged to a mafia murderer, and now on that land an excellent wine is produced, and tens of people work on that land to produce that wine. So from the storytelling point of view, Libera is doing a great work. But for what concerns data gathering, Libera is having some difficulties. So for a journalist, even Libera wouldn't be enough as a source. If you were to write an article on the use of assets seized to the mafia in Italy. Here you can see a slide that was made by Chiara, and it shows the vicious circle that we are trying to create. We are still in the process of implementing our project. So, for example, creating a community. Well, we have many supporters, but we still do not really have a strong community working with us. And Data Hub, that in part has been done. We have a new website that makes it possible to access data in a more sophisticated and useful manner, also for people for let's say experts in the data analysis field. From the point of view of data analysis, we are hoping that we can move on to the next level from the point of view of the quality of our data analysis, and we are about to complete our monitoring activity in cooperation with Monithon, so that the data that we publish on the Confiscati Bene website can be used by Monithon in order to create a new monitoring report on the use of seized assets. This means at the moment, the end user can only see from our website that there is a lot of very interesting data that is being made available. But in cooperation with Monithon, we can make that data understandable. Now, as a network, we were really lucky because we had a chance to interact with high-quality projects, and also with many, to have a very good media coverage, and that helped us a lot. Now, two aspects for specifically on local communities, a more sort of macro consideration and a micro consideration. We have tried to improve what we call the potential power of seized assets, meaning an asset that has been seized but has not yet been given in concession to anyone. That's a power which exists. It's a potential power, but it's an unexplored power, unexplored energy. So we have spent a few weeks working on this problem, and starting from the Easter data, we tried to establish a connection between the number of people that are employed in the not-for-profit sector with the number of seized assets. Because there is clearly a potential power that is not expressed when assets are seized but are not put to use, and they could be given to the not-for-profit sector, and you would have a lot of people working in that area. Now, I will not go into the details of that because we established that correlation, and we developed another map that, and in this case here, we're not measuring just the number of assets by region, of seized assets by region, but we're also trying to measure this parameter that we called potential energy. Another thing we did at the macro level, thanks using this data, that there was a group of journalists that works in the area of data journalism, and they published an investigation on a national magazine called L'Espresso and a number of daily local newspapers. They published this investigation on the status, use, and conditions of seized assets. This is an online page you can find on the Espresso magazine at the moment, with the article written by this group of journalists, which is called, this group is called Data Ninjas. So we published the data, and a group of journalists said, well, thanks to this data, we can finally produce a real piece of investigative journalism. And this was the final result. Of course, this connection didn't happen totally by chance, because actually this group of journalists, this Data Ninja group of journalists, is part of our project. Here you can see a number instead of interactive maps with another article that was made by a journalist from the Fatto Quotidiano newspaper, and in this case this was a completely independent initiative. She stumbled on our website and decided to write that article. Here instead you will find a small research engine where we gather data concerning seized assets. Sometimes you have small municipalities publishing small lists of the assets they have in their territory that have been seized, and we gather them in that catalog with a dedicated search engine. Then there is the initiative Riparte il Futuro. The future is back into motion. This is something we're doing together with the Libera organization. It's a project that aims, whose purpose is to fight corruption. We are asking to the mayors of Italian municipalities to undersign a municipal act that would be a zero-cost act, in the sense that all they have to do in order to contrast corruption is to use the tools that are made available by the law already. And one of the things that the law establishes is that data on seized assets should be published in the form of a list containing exhaustive, comprehensive information about that asset. And it looks At the moment, it seems that the municipalities are happy with our proposal and they will use our platform to publish the data within the framework of the Back to the Future project. Now, what are the barriers that we are encountering? The national agency hasn't been updating data on seized assets since 2013. The quality of the data is of poor quality. It is too much informal, too much formal, in the sense that the data concerning any asset is accompanied by information about the registry and how that asset, that property appears on the local registry. That's interesting, but it's too formal, and that's a problem that we often have with data sets that are published in Italy, is that administration are just abiding to certain obligations, but they're not presenting the data in a way that is truly accessible. And then there are also formal barriers for formal data. For example, I know that property is located in Via Roma number 43. And so I should, in theory, add a little map showing you where the Via Roma 43 is. If I don't do that, I can always go on Google and use Google Maps, but if I use Google Maps, that's no longer going to be open data. So, for us who are trying to put data to work in order to tell stories, then we have a problem with that formal, very formal data. So, at the macro level, we are encountering a number of difficulties, but at the micro level, within smaller communities, everything is easier. It is easier to establish connections with people. If you're working in small groups within small communities, you can immediately perceive the importance of a given asset for that local community, and it's really a different kind of perception that I'm going to have in the moment in which I am working in contact with local communities. The impact is so different, and it really makes you happier, which is essential in a project that is based on volunteer work. And in small communities, you really make miracles. The impossible becomes possible. There was a young man who helped us organizing a conference a Sconfiscati Bene in San Giuseppe Iato. That's a village in Sicily that has been the home to the most relevant mafia bosses in the history of Sicily. And we were holding that conference, and this young man arrived really feeling very emotional. I couldn't understand why, and he told me, today a train stopped here. And really, since that day, he started working hard on the project. And that was really a miracle. Another miracle is what we call the sound of the mafia. There was this kid, Anthony Di Furia, who took this table full of data on seized assets. He processed that data and turned it into a sound score. In a way similar to when, for example, the people publish on newspapers, they publish things such as the sound of the universe. And he did the same kind of experiment and and he published some acknowledgement together with his music project, in which he said, "I wish to really thank Confiscati Bene because they opened my heart and my creativity." We have also won a number of awards, an award granted by the Data Challenge done by Istat. This is an article of media coverage by The Guardian. And we are not just winning awards, but we are also setting an example. Which means that when we're having conferences now, people do not just speak of Moniton or of open policy, but of also our example. And examples are very important in order to disseminate a different approach. On the other hand, the risk is that as a project we will end up just being some sort of a dirty and empty bus, meaning a service that was useful but that is not used at its best. We want to be a nice clean bus full of passengers. We are trying to find the resources in order to do so, and thank you.
Bene, grazie Andrea per...
Thank you, Andrea, for bringing us your valuable and important experience. It is not that big. Your project is huge because huge is its usefulness, especially in such a sensitive area. That is to say, assets that have been seized from mafia organizations. Here again, the issue of participation is intertwined with the use of new technology and the use of open data. All this is linked to our capacity to use and reuse and supplement information and data within expert research teams. And these are, of course, advantages and strengths we want to further enhance and underscore. Now, all things considered, I would now open the Q&A session. There are a lot of inputs that have been provided for the audience, so we are looking forward to your comments or questions, and we will be happy to answer. Like in the previous session, we will be gathering a set of questions and then we will allocate them to the different relevant keynote speakers. I see one hand, two speeches. Yes, a third question. Okay, I'm not auctioning anything. Let's proceed with an order. We also have half an hour. We have all the time in the world. We could also go beyond final remarks. So if you want to make questions, please do. Now, a first question from the floor. Microphone, please. No. The microphone is not working, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. No. Yes, I can hear you. Okay, great. We're fine. I don't know if there is such a thing as a network of citizen organizations. I'm sorry, I'm trying to, to understand the first part of the question. my other question. I always find little gems and little jewels that I wasn't aware of. So my question is, if we as Italians are able to make these beautiful, huge and small things, why are we in such a bad situation? If we are able to, then why are we in this, in this predicament?
Per Andrea.
I have a question for Andrea. I wanted to know, whether we can trace back the judicial history of assets that have been seized. Do you have any links or something? Hi everyone, I would like to ask Mr. Alvino whether the ranking of budgets is done, the comparison of budgets is made on the basis of COFOG classification, whether you have cash data, and whether you can compare this budget data with the open policy data.
Ci sono altre...
Do you have any other questions or remarks? Otherwise, we will give the floor back to our keynote speakers, and I would say to Andrea, first of all. So, something to do with your first question. Many municipalities have this data sets, but they're not yet published. Of course, we have exceptions, a few. At the ministerial level, at the level of the Ministry of the Environment, we have such a thing as a national database, but it doesn't have an adequate license. You can read it, but you cannot reuse it. It's like a postcard, a beautiful postcard, and that's it. And ISTAT might have something in this respect. We've been pressuring in this respect, and I hope something will happen maybe next year. Now, the little jewels and gems, you made my day. And this is something I ask myself too. I ask myself, why are we in such a bad situation if we are capable of these miracles? And, I'm really happy because your question made me happy and made me understand that Italy is a beautiful country, notwithstanding all difficulties. But I don't have an answer to your question. As a Sicilian citizen, I don't want to make any low-level politics, but in Sicily we've been voting for the same people for 30 years now. And this morning a representative for the environment told me that we produce what we are. So maybe there are just a few gems, a few jewels. I don't have an answer, but you made my day with your compliments. Now, on the judicial history of seized assets, the answer is yes and no. The website of the public agency is in PDF format, but as a scanned sheet, so I cannot even do copy and paste. So they provide decrees allocating assets, but they're not in an editable format. They cannot be reused. So in many instances, it is possible to trace back the history of those specific assets, but we cannot avail ourselves of this information. We will be publishing shortly a list with all decrees on the allocation of seized assets. Of course, we see, for example, a box of jewels and other kinds of objects, but the situation is not yet clear enough. Now, for what concerns the question on classification, we do not use the GovOf classification, but we do use individual budget items. The address is openbilanci.it, and you will see we carried out a reclassification of the items of the budget certification for the Ministry of the Interior. We kind of reduced, downsized the number of budget lists, and for every revenue and expenditure item, you can produce your own ranking of individual municipalities. And of course, you can also use the 10 individual indicators. So there's a menu within which you can select either the budget item, both for the expenditure and the revenue, or you can select the indicators and you can customize your own ranking. You can use regional filtering, or you can use dimensional filtering. So you can actually customize your list. Is there? I mean, what was your other question? I can't remember now. Here again, this is something that can be customized as well. There's a part when you can go into settings and see if they are per capita data or face data. I mean, you can customize also, I mean, this aspects as well. Basically, we analyze the per capita data for classifications and cash data as well, and we only use final budget, not estimates. As for budget data of individual municipalities, you can decide your own settings and you can download official data. Both the forward estimate and the budget, and of course on the final budget you have both dimensions. I would like to add my personal point of view on why we are in this predicament, notwithstanding the gems and success stories in our country. Well, I believe, unfortunately, these are, isolated success stories, nothing else. It is very difficult to, mainstream these success stories, both among population and among our politicians and policymakers at the highest level. That's why when I closed my speech, I insisted on the need to disseminate, to disclose, to tell a story and to engage in training so as to develop a genuine culture of awareness raising and transparency and accountability, especially for the younger generations in schools as well. We could also work on the renovation of culture for those involved in participation activities, because examples like Confiscati Bene reveal that it doesn't take that much. There's already a path that we can follow. We only have to trigger virtuous circles and virtual paths based on government data. Something like this, like Confiscati Bene, would have been unthinkable some years ago. It would have been impossible some years ago to investigate on these seized assets because media outlets didn't want to invest on this. But now we know that even with limited resources, we can do a lot. Of course, we are devoured and we are, ravaged by the desperation of, if we think of what we can do, of the great wealth of things we could do and we don't know. We don't do. It's like, we realize we are wasting resources for useless for useless things, and we're desperate because we know we can do more, especially with the use of this technology, especially for a country like Italy, who lost something in the past, while technology could help us recover. I'm sorry I went and it was far too long. Yeah, and I also have a question for you. This encountering of data gathered by are you comparing this data gathered by citizens with administrative data? This is what we're trying to do as well in Open Coesione. This has the biggest potential. That is to say, using administrative data or official data that are cold data with the hot data, warm data, that are the ones gathered by citizens, people who go there and have a look and realize and see things for themselves firsthand. So I would like to know where this asset is, who it belongs to, who lives there, what's happening there, and how is it useful, for which purpose. I mean, these are all things that can be, conveyed to citizens so that they can be involved more closely in this, reappropriation process. Yeah. I will now give the floor to Tina. She wanted to add something, and then we'll go back to Confiscati Bene. Pina, you have the floor. Thank you. I wanted to answer, but I don't have an answer to the question on the small, precious things. I've been cooperating with Cittadinanza Attiva for 15 years now, and I ask myself the same question on an everyday basis, and I do this even now. But I started to cooperate with the Cittadinanza Attiva on programs concerning euro, so how to enhance entry into the euro for the lowest income groups. And I had the chance to visit almost all capital cities in Italy, and I became familiar with the great wealth of communities and groups of people who were there, eager to provide their contribution. And I've always wondered, why is it that we cannot build a new culture? How is it that we cannot build a new community? Well, I don't have an answer. Maybe this has to do with public managers, or maybe intellectuals are to blame as well. There's no specific intellectual sector on this specific issue, so maybe the not-for-profit world has been thriving over the last century, and we're now working on social innovation with many professional skills and competencies. So maybe the not-for-profit world has a different capacity to elaborate information. So maybe we should get academia involved. The big issue is intellectual elaboration. I will not dwell into something that has already been said repeatedly, but these experiences cannot become widespread, cannot become mainstream culture, because they should in fact spur paradigm shifts. I concur with the need for training in this field. We need to disseminate knowledge that somehow can help stakeholders, especially in the future. I also have a question for Vittorio. I was impressed by many suggestions you made. We work on the evaluation of service quality, and crossing data on data quality, crossing citizen data with budget data. Well, this crossing exercise can provide a different interpretation, and an interesting interpretation. So we have to cross and integrate data provided by citizens on quality of services with the official data concerning the budget of public administration, so we can have a clearer idea. This way we can face big issues with evidence and with facts, and not only with the psychological aspect, with the emotional side of the matter. We can really go into the merits of the issues that are at stake. That's why we could really engage in new cooperation alternatives. Well, thank you for inviting us. It was such interesting for a person born in southern Italy to see what happened. I was really impressed by the Confisca di Bene experience, and thank you for your contribution.
Rispondo a Vittorio.
Yeah, my answer to Vittorio. During the last demonstration, we gathered, together with administrative data, we collected data on life of the seized asset. We did it with Libera and with Moniton because we wanted to have a bigger knowledge, and we involved Libera on real life and Moniton on monitoring exercise. So we really hope to show you the outcome of this cooperation exercise. Yes, it would be great to engage in cooperation strategies. And here again, technology can be helpful, including for, getting to know the level of satisfaction of citizens in terms of service quality. We can think of it together, we could devise hypotheses that go beyond questionnaires tout court. For example, we could give the chance to state our own opinion as soon as a citizen uses the public service, and so citizens can provide their own opinion as soon as they use a specific service. This would be key. Of course, we have to identify a methodology. We have to be cautious. But in fact, if I am able to evaluate the quality of service while I use it, I'm talking about mobility, one-stop shops for citizens, waste issues. If I can do that while I use it, for example, if I can rate a service while I am at the garbage bin or on the bus, well, this would provide an enhanced contribution in terms of data quality and data consistency. Because that way I could feel directly involved in a greater effort. That is to say, I could provide my own contribution to improve things, to measure things, and to enhance things. So yes, of course, we are open to collaboration with other realities. And this is even more so if we consider that the whole exercise is based on evidence, official data. So we have a solid base in this respect.
Sì, a proposito.
Chiara, yes. Why are we here? Why are we in this predicament? Well, this is my answer. And in respect of training, I would like to invite you to have a look at the website on Open Cohesion School. These are all activities that have been carried out in terms of monitoring. You will find everything that has been published. And I wanted to share with you a speech by one participant of the project, at the Rome meeting. Maybe this reveals that we do have hope for the future, so let's try to listen to them. And I'll put the microphone nearby the computer.
Non ci abbandonate su.
Please, let's do something. We don't want to be disappointed.
sforzo attraverso la richiesta di...
So we asked that people responsible were made accountable to their citizens in terms of the resources that have been spent. This is Open Cohesion School project. This is promoted by the Ministry for Education and the Department for Economic Cohesion. And this project is being carried out in cooperation with Team Masok. In doing so, we've been working with open data. We've been analyzing and reusing them. We discovered open data thanks to this project, and we are now trying to work on this kind of data. But the reality that was submitted to us today is different from the one we are faced with. In our territory, we don't have such a great wealth of data available. So what we saw today is different. You presented and introduced data and information that can be easily conveyed and reused, but the reality on the ground is different. We cannot find this data in our own territory, so we are experiencing difficulties in doing so. And we are here today because we're interested in this data. We are here not as experts, but we want to learn how to move this project forward. The main points in which we are experiencing difficulties are many. Number one, data update. We are consulting many websites, including Amministrazione Trasparente, Open Bilanci, Open Coesione. However, in all these websites, we couldn't find data that can be updated over time. For example, our project. Okay. Well, maybe we'll not listen to all of it because, audio quality is scarce, but this is just to give you one example of what we're trying to do among younger generations. This is, third year of secondary school. Right. Now, with this success story, with this virtuous example from a 16-year-old girl, I would wrap up this session, and I would close today's works. If there are no other questions from the audience, I would like to thank all keynote speakers that participated in both sessions. So I would like to thank Donatella Fazio in particular from ISTAT. I would like to thank all those who made this streaming possible on WebCosi website. So I would like to thank our technicians, and of course I would like to thank our extraordinary interpreters who provided a significant contribution. I mean, there was a hard job in trying to follow closely our issues, which were not, ordinary issues. So thank you both. So let me close with a hint of hope. In the near future, I hope to see progress in the near future. As Vittorio said, there is a path that has been, designed, but there's no way back. This is for sure. These initiatives are part of a development path which is already there. And I'm sure it is open both to negative and positive outcomes, but what it for sure is that this path will be followed. Let's see with which intentions and with which goals. I'm sure there's a positive way out, and this is providing space, disseminating and gathering success stories. I'm referring to civil society stakeholders. They play a pivotal role in facilitating societal involvement. They prepare the ground for citizen engagement. and I'm referring to citizens who are informed and are in a position to make informed choices with evidence, with facts. If they are provided with data and information, they can do informed choices. This issue is intertwined with well-being and transparency, but also with democracy, because it has to do with the quality of our decision. If we don't have quality data and information, we will never be in a position to make smart choices. And it also has to do with new frontiers of statistical information. I'm wrapping up for real now. We saw that there are different realities that have ISTAT activities are their cornerstone. So ISTAT is key in this respect. So I hope there will be an increasing integration between ISTAT as a driver of data gathering and data production and these civil society organizations that embrace ISTAT. They use ISTAT as a source of data to disseminate and disclose